All right, we are on the record for hearings and the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for July 29th, 2026. My name is Matthew Sagsveen, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:02 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed this morning. Case number 32989 is dismissed. Case number 32990, there's a partial withdrawal. Case number 32991, there's a partial withdrawal. Case number 32993 is continued. Case number 33002 is dismissed. Case number 33008 is continued. Case number 33009 is dismissed, but it will be read into the record for comments. Case number 33010 is dismissed, but this will also be read into the record for comments. Case number 32729 continued. Case number 32919 continued. Case number 32848 continued. Case number 33011 is dismissed. Case number 33012 is continued. Case number 32927 is continued. Case number 32829 is dismissed. Case number 33013 is continued. Case number 33014 is continued. Case number 33018 continued. Case number 33019 continued. Case number 33020 continued. Case number 33022 continued. Case number 32746 continued. Case number 32210 continued. Case number 32211 continued. Case number 31928 dismissed. Case number 31929 continued. Case number 31930 continued. Case number 31977 continued. On the admin docket, case number 33023 is continued. Case number 32931 is continued. Case number 32932 continued. Case number 32933 continued. Case number 31960 is dismissed. Case number 31966 is continued. Case number 31967 continued. Case number 31968 continued. Case number 31969 continued. Case number 32004 is continued. The admin docket starts on page 13 with case number 33023, which is continued and goes through case number 33029. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zish. Audio recordings of the cases on the admin docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If anyone wishes to appear in one of the matters on the admin docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to a matter on the docket, it will be brought back into the hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. So this morning we'll begin with case number 32987. This is a matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to review the status of the leases in sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 94 West, the Murphy Creek, Bakken Pool, in Dunn County, North Dakota, and the progress towards developing said sections 30 and 31 as a stand-up 1280 acre spacing unit and such of the relief as appropriate. For Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. Mr. Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. I have one witness for this case, Megan Tipton, and I believe she is on right now.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Tipton. I can't see you. I have to turn around, but I'm going to just ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah.
Okay.
Megan, can I have you state your name for the record, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, of course. My name is Megan Tipton. I'm a senior lane negotiator at ConocoPhillips. The address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079. I'm a senior lane negotiator.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just to talk a little bit about my experience, I am a senior lane negotiator at ConocoPhillips, and I hold a Bachelor of Business Administration and Energy Management from the University of Oklahoma. I began my career at Concho Resources in Midland, Texas in 2015, and I came over to ConocoPhillips in 2021 when they acquired Concho. For the past 11 years, I've been responsible for a variety of land functions and have managed lands in the Permian, Eagle Ford, and Williston basins. I'm currently on the Bakken land team where I support operated development activities in North Dakota.
Okay. And Megan, are you familiar with the status of those federal tracts in 30 and 31 that the commission has requested information on?
Yes, sir.
And you also have familiarity with development of those lands?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Tipton be received as that of an expert.
Motion is granted.
And Megan, let's look at your exhibit L1, and using that map, can you first identify where those federal tracts are located in 30 and 31, and then also kind of walk us through the status of those, as well as kind of where you're at with your proposed development?
Yes, of course. So Exhibit L1 is a locator map, kind of grounds the conversation, shows where we're talking about. And so the unleased federal tracts, like Wade said, are in sections 30 and 31 in the southeast quarter of section 30. And then in 31, it's lots 1 and 2, the northeast quarter, and the east half of the northwest quarter, and essentially the entire north half, including the lot. And so that is denoted with the gray hash marks. And then the red hash line is our planned Gold Point Eastern Unit Line well. And so we believe, as previously testified to, that this horizontal lease line well will result in a positive drainage determination from the BLM. And this would be the impetus for obtaining authorization from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to lease the federal acreage and get it on a near-term lease sale. And then additionally, ConocoPhillips has successfully leased some fee interest in sections 30 and 31 to increase our working interest in the DSU.
Have you had any discussions with the feds, or do you have any update on, sort of timing, with respect to leasing and development?
Yes, of course. So the team and I have had general discussions with both the BLM and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service this year regarding our plans and the leasing of federal lands in this area. This planned unit line well is planned to spud here soon in the third quarter of 2026 and is planned to have first production in the first half of 2027. So once there's the producing well and the producing communitization agreement, then we will proceed with getting this, working with both BLM and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to get this on a near-term lease.
Okay. I have no further questions after the exhibit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions. Mr. Mann, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32987.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
Next case on the docket is case number 32988. This case is brought on a motion of the commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the Yellowstone Bakken Pool in McKenzie County, North Dakota, redefine the field limits, and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. Phoenix Operating LLC. Mr. Bieber?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Aaron Bieber, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in this matter. We just have one witness, Mr. Justin Arn.
All right, Mr. Arn, could you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Right.
Justin, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, what capacity, and your work address, please?
Certainly. My name is Justin Arn. I'm the Chief Land and Title Officer for Phoenix Energy One, the parent company of Phoenix Operating Company. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237. I've been in my position for 6.5 years.
And Justin, are you personally familiar with the land matters that are the subject of this case 32988?
I am.
And have you previously had your qualifications been received by the commission as that of an expert?
They have.
I'd offer Mr. Arn's testimony in this matter as that of an expert witness.
Your offer is accepted.
Justin, did you prepare or cause to be prepared the land exhibits here for this case?
I did.
And turning to exhibit L1A, please describe what's depicted there on the proposed development plan map, please.
Certainly. L1A shows a proposed plan map that Phoenix actually submitted applications on, which is why I believe Phoenix was called as an operator to potentially provide testimony at this particular case. So we actually put quite a few of these on the docket, I think, in the early part of 2026. A lot of these units that you see here. After further consideration, Phoenix took or dismissed many of these cases for reasons that I'll outline further down in the testimony. But I just wanted to point out this particular plan map, which was developed in large part in order to maximize fee surface in this area. Quite a bit of, I believe, both Forest Service and BLM surface dotted throughout the entirety of 150 North, 104 West, and 149 North, 104 West. And certainly all of the operators, I think in this area, certainly Phoenix is always looking to make sure that we're basically trying to get on fee surface as much as possible. The restrictions, both road restrictions and pad site restrictions from the Forest Service in this sensitive area are extreme. So that was sort of the impetus for this proposed plan map. And I think, do you want to go to L2?
Yeah.
I think that'll
Turning to L1B.
Yeah. So we've identified the four sections that are, I think, the subject of this motion to consider the spacing, being sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 of 150 North, range 104 West. And then, although it's not clearly outlined here, if you kind of go back and forth, you can see that Phoenix's ultimate proposed plan for these four sections would be set up as 4-mile stand-ups from fee surface locations to the south, there in section 11 and section 12 of 149 North, 104 West. It's our current feeling that this would probably be the best way to develop this area from that fee surface. Again, once a lot of the federal leasing has concluded in this area, I think that that's a key point that I'll probably hammer on as we go further through the exhibits. And then of course I wanted to point out in the red outline there, that's the case that was heard for the board last month by, I want to say it was Whiting Oasis, and I want to say that was case 32737. I think, to establish those 4-mile laydowns there. As you'll recall, I protested that case, or Phoenix protested that case, in large part because the establishment of those spacing units, we feel, would impact spacing throughout the entire area, specifically in 150 North, 104 West, to the north there. And then the last thing I want to point out, because it's not really clear on this map, I'm afraid, is that, again, looking at sections or in 150 North, 104 West, looking at sections 13, 24, 14, and 23, those are already in 4-mile stand-up approved spacing patterns. As it currently stands, I think that though that spacing pattern was approved by the board and applied for again by court or one of their entities, they would be the operator of those two stand-up units. So, you know, I think when we look at this, we see that section 15, 22, and then basically the entire bottom row there of 150 North, 104 West would essentially be impacted by 32737. And we just feel that, again, going back to our original exhibit of L1A, that there are alternative configurations from fee surface that would actually create majority working interest owners once that those federal minerals were leased, that are just alternative to that original case. So
Sure, thanks. And then Exhibit L2, just briefly, Phoenix working interest.
sure. We wanted to just show the board Phoenix's working interest in the area. And so these are net mineral acreage counts in 150 North, 104 West, 149 North, 104 West. So these are current acreage counts. You can see that Phoenix owns 190.5 acres there in section 35. So coming up on maybe a third or more of the mineral acreage there in section 35, being part of this consideration.
And is all that fee acreage?
Yes, that would, I believe, all be fee acreage there in section 35. Also, we've got quite a bit down in 149 North, 104 West. But again, one of the things that I want to point out is sections 25, 26, and 35, or 36, excuse me. Phoenix doesn't actually own any working interest in those sections, but I think that as we again go through some of the Fed acreage coming up for auction, we'd see probably why.
Right. Let's turn to Exhibit L3, and that's going to help explain why.
Certainly. And unfortunately, this is a little bigger maybe than I would have liked. But if you go over to 150 North, 104 West, what you'll see in the bright orange there is unleased federal interest. And you can see sections 25, even I have trouble looking at it. I'm sorry about that, guys. Sections 25 and 26, completely unleased federal interest. And then, of course, in section 35, you've also got unleased federal interest there. Section 36, I believe, is unleased state interest right now. Please don't quote me on that. I think that maybe half of it, maybe the west half, was actually, I think, pooled into a rim well, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, I think that maybe at least half of it may still be unleased. So, and then finally, our last exhibit here, we wanted to show straight again from the NFLSS website a lot of the applications that have been submitted across 149 North, 104 West, and 150 North, 104 West. And I don't know why we've got 151, 104, but in any case, just a lot of the acreage counts for federal minerals or federal tracts that have been submitted to the BLM, some of which have been issued sale dates. And in fact, you can see that that section 12 there, it's about 5 lines down, was actually just section 12 of 149, 104 was actually just put up for auction in the July auction date, and that actually was issued. I don't remember who the winner was at this particular time, but what I'm getting at here is that almost all of this was nominated. And in fact, if you go down a little bit, and I should have highlighted a little better, but you can actually see section 35 there, that 480 acres. It's maybe about halfway down the page, which is currently under Surface Management Agency consent has been requested. That Surface Management Agency being the Forest Service, but it has been nominated. We believe that that will come up for auction at this time. I think we'd be looking at the earliest auction date it could be issued would be July of 2027. I think all of the other auctions have been filled up through that period of time. So I think that it's still possible to get on the July 2027 auction, but we may be talking about a little later in 2027 too. So,
and correct me if I'm wrong, based on Exhibit L4, every unleased federal mineral interest in sections 26, 25, and 35, although they've been nominated, there's not a sale date for any of them, right?
I don't believe there is, no.
No further questions for Mr. Arn, and offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions for Mr. Arn?
Justin, there's currently no production in the Yellowstone Bakken pool. Is that correct?
I don't believe there is, no, sir.
And there never has been.
I don't think so.
So the temporary spacing expired in on January 31st, 2019. And what we've typically done in the past is, in this situation where the production was not established, we would terminate the spacing and any current spacing units would be converted to drilling units. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Alrighty, hearing nothing else, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32988. Next case on the docket is case number 32990. This is an application of Cornerstone Natural Resources LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Northeast Foothills, Little Butte, and/or Clayton Bakken pools in Burke County, North Dakota, to one, establish two overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 22, 27, and 34, and sections 23, 26, and 35 in Township 161 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, and 2, establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 24, 25, and 36 in Township 161 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. And I understand that the portion of this is going to be withdrawn, Mr. Mann.
Yeah, that's correct. And we can kind of address that. Each of the two Cornerstone cases has certain spacing units that were initially requested in the application that have been withdrawn.
Okay, and I understand that there's a letter of support by Heberdev
That's
that was filed in the docket this week as well.
Yeah, and I believe Ms. Davis has that also included as an exhibit in
Okay.
cases. So,
All right, you can call your first witness.
all right. First witness, Sarah Davis.
Yes, good morning.
Ms. Davis, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Sarah, can I have you state your name for the record and then tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Sarah Davis. I'm currently land manager with Cornerstone Natural Resources, and our business address is 3190 South Vaughn Way, Aurora, Colorado 80014.
And Sarah, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can I have you just touch on your educational background and then briefly take us through your relevant work experience as a land professional?
Sure. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree from Colorado State University. I began my career running title in Bossier Parish, Louisiana. I then moved to Denver, where I've worked in land in some capacity for the last 20 plus years in the Mid-Con, Powder River, Permian, and DJ basins.
And Sarah, are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with each of the requested spacing units we'll be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
All right. I move the testimony Ms. Davis be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Sarah, let's start with your exhibit L1. Can you just identify the area of the spacing units we'll be discussing today?
Yeah, so this, yep, just our locator map showing a bird's eye view of the NDIC field boundaries. Our spacing unit that we'll talk about today borders the Northeast Foothills field and the Little Butte.
Okay, and let's move on to L2.
Yeah, L2.
Yeah.
So again, the most easternmost units, the grade on here, you'll see those are no longer being discussed. We're just those have been withdrawn, and we're in further discussions with operators in those sections. So we're just focusing on that westernmost 1920, consisting of sections 22, 27, and 34. So this just kind of shows how our development plans dovetails kind of into Heberdev's development and just conforms to the existing spacing tendencies here in this field.
Sure. And then let's move on to L3. If you just identify your working interest in the spacing unit that we're talking about today.
Yep, this just shows that our working interest in this westernmost unit is 57% working interest.
Okay. And then L4, is that a copy of the Heberdev letter that the hearing examiner referenced?
Yeah, that's just their letter of support showing that they are happy to throw in their 380 net acres in section 22, increasing the gross from about 57 to 77%.
Sure. That's all the questions I have for Ms. Davis in this case. I offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, you may call your next witness.
All right, next witness is Eric Lipinski.
All right, Mr. Lipinski, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Eric, do you want to push the button on the mic? Just right there. Yep.
Got it.
And Eric, can I have you state your name for the record? Also tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give your business address.
Yes, my name is Eric Lipinski. I'm employed by Cornerstone Natural Resources. Our business address is 3190 South Vaughn Way, Suite 550, Aurora, Colorado 80014. And I am employed as the president of Cornerstone.
And then you also have experience as a geologist.
Yes, my degree is in geology. Sure. That's how I started my career.
Yep. And Eric, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology matters that are associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lipinski be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
All right. Eric, let's look at the G1. Just describe the structure underlying the spacing that you're asking for today.
Yep. This is a structure map contoured on top of the Bakken Formation. Contour interval is 100 feet. And this is a northeast portion of the basin up in Burke County. And you've got pretty much a uniform southwest dip of the Bakken into the basin. And our proposed unit, section 222734, is outlined there. Pretty uneventful map.
Sure. Let's move on then to G2, if you could take us through the ISOPAC.
Yep, G2 is an ISOPAC map of the middle Bakken member, the unit defined between the two shales. Contour interval here is 1 foot, and you can see 47 feet running through the section, the center of our proposed unit. For reservoir purposes, we use an average of about 45 feet.
Okay. Let's move on into the type log on G3. Describe what you're showing on that.
Yeah, and on G2, I've got a flag on the right-hand corner of that map that says the type log for the Bakken pool is the Jepson 2119. This is a triple combo open hole log from that well, located in section 19, 161 North 90 West. You can see the upper Bakken shale outlined, the middle Bakken picked 44 feet, and the lower Bakken shale, the upper three forks below it. And I've shown the Bakken pool is 50 feet above the top of the initial upper Bakken shale and 50 feet below.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff for Mr. Lipinski? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
James Lillo.
Yes.
Mr. Lillo, could you raise your hand, please? Is your mic on?
Oh, yeah, push a button right here.
And it is now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
James, can I have you state your name for the record and then go ahead and tell us by whom you're employed, what capacity, and give your business?
Yeah, my name is James Lillo. I'm self-employed as a consulting petroleum engineer
reservoir engineer. My address is 4 Ravenswood Road, Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, 80113.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and give us your educational background and then relevant work experience in petroleum engineering?
Sure. I graduated from Carlos School of Mines in 1977 with a degree in chemical and petroleum engineering and a minor in petroleum engineering, and worked my entire career as a petroleum engineer for several companies, over 45 years experience. I'm a member of the SPEE, Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers, and SPE, and have worked for numerous companies over my career, including several public and private companies: Shell Oil Company, Champlin Petroleum, Patina Oil and Gas as VP of Acquisitions, and PDC Energy as VP of Engineering.
Okay. Are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with these spacing units that will be discussed today?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lillo be received as that of an expert.
Excuse me. Your motion's granted.
Thank you. James, let's look at Exhibit E1 and just walk us through how you would intend to develop this proposed spacing unit.
The development of this proposed spacing unit is drilling 4 additional wells per spacing unit, spaced evenly across the horizontal portion of the field and vertically to the extent of the length of the spacing unit.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to E2. Just describe for us generally how you would intend to drill and complete the wells.
Yes, the plan would be to run 9 5/8 cemented to surface to protect the fresh water in each well, 7-inch casing set cemented through the bend, 4.5-inch liner cemented in zone, hung with a PER, in a plug and perf completion method with 50 to 70 stages per completion interval.
Okay. And then let's move on to E3. And I think we can focus on the 1920 and discuss the reservoir data volumetrics.
Yeah, for the next 2 pages, it's really the top half of the page that we need to pay attention to now, since we've withdrawn the 2560 on the bottom half of the section. This page just basically shows a volumetric evaluation of the acreage we're talking about, using the 45 feet that Eric previously talked about, porosity of 7%, water saturation of 40%, and an oil volume factor of 1.2 reservoir barrels per stock tank barrel. On the 1920 spacing unit, we calculate about 23.5 million barrels in place. The proposed wells, each of them, reserves are assigned at 450,000 barrels, which is about 1.9, just under 2% of the original oil in place on the spacing unit per well.
Okay. And then let's move on to E4. And again, with respect to the 1920, can you take us through what the economics would look like?
Yeah, so to drill a well like this, we're looking at AFE of about $9 million. Operating expenses to operate these wells, based on the experience of other wells, are about $10,000 a month, plus a water disposal charge of $1.50 per barrel, a variable charge. For the purpose of this, we use a $70 oil price. Again, our recoverable reserves being 450,000 barrels. The return on investment 1.8 times, and rate of return of about 24%. Payout in about 2.4 years.
Okay. And James, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve the 1920 for the development you've described, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits as well as the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Jim, how are you, Jim?
Nate, how you doing?
Good. Good to see you. What's your approximate development date?
Beginning in 2027, next year.
Q1?
Pardon me?
Q1 2027?
Eric, I'm going to defer to that. Yeah, I would realistically say first half.
Okay. And then
We got a little legwork to do yet.
Yeah.
Most likely 1 well per spacing.
per spacing unit
Yes.
initially?
Initially. To that.
Okay. And then you have an existing well that I think the pad location is in the south half of section 34. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's go.
And then, do you plan to utilize that pad to drill?
That
Well,
that's the plan. Yeah, we would expand the size of that pad.
okay. And then in section, I guess, in section, where would the other pad be that's in the spacing unit with 23, 26, and 35? Where do you plan that pad currently?
Well, that's one of the ones that's been withdrawn.
Okay, so that's the one that's withdrawn, the middle.
Yeah, the only existing one in 32,990 is 22, 27, 34.
Okay, okay,
The westernmost.
all right. Do you have adequate gas takeaway in the area?
There's existing gathering. It's from Steel Reef Burke, and we're in discussion with them to improve some of their infrastructure, and that's one of the things we're working on.
Okay. And all the wells being drilled are Middle Bakken?
Correct. That's our plan.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. Anything further, Mr. Mann?
Not in this case, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing for case number 32990. Next case on the docket is case number 32991. This is an application of Cornerstone Natural Resources LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Northeast Foothills, Coteau, South Coteau, and or Lost Bakken pools in Burke County, North Dakota. To one, extend the field outline to include Section 30, Township 162 North, Range 90 West, within the Northeast Foothills Bakken pool. 2, establish 4 overlapping stand of 25 60-acre spacing units, described as Sections 30 and 31 in Township 162 North, Range 90 West, and Sections 6 and 7, Township 161 North, Range 90 West, Sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Sections 17, 20, 29, and 32, and Sections 15, 22, 27, and 34 in Township 161 North, Range 90 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, or 3 granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann?
All right, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Cornerstone Natural Resources, and again, we have the same 3 witnesses.
All right, I'll just remind the witnesses that they remain under oath, and you may call your first witness.
All right, Sarah, let's start with L1. Again, just walk us through this. I think it's pretty similar to the last case.
Yeah, we're just a little bit to the east of what we were just talking about. There's 3 2560s that we're applying for, and those border the Coteau, Lostwood, and South Coteau fields in this locator map.
Sure. And then let's moving on to L2. Just walk us through that. Identify the that 2560 that you've withdrawn, and then the 3 that we're still looking at.
Yeah, so we've withdrawn the southwestmost 2560 down there, consisting of 18, 19, 30, and 31. That one's been withdrawn. So the 3 that are remaining are just above that to the north, and then just to the east, sections 17, 20, 29, 32. And then to the east of that 2560 consists of sections 15, 22, 27, and 34.
And Sarah, the one you've withdrawn, that was just to allow some additional time to communicate with the other working interest owners in there.
That's correct. Yes, in discussions.
Sure.
That's right.
Yep. And then looking at L3, just take us through your working interest in those proposed spacing units.
Sure. So the top northernmost one, we've got 64% working interest. The one to the east of the one that was withdrawn, we have 60%. And the further east one, we have 65%.
Okay. And then L4, just walk us through that, kind of showing kind of some of the existing development in there.
Yeah, so pretty similar to L3, but this shows our current pads. All the black boxes are Cornerstone's operated pads. And so it just kind of helps you show our existing infrastructure.
Sure. I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, Mr. Mann, you may call your next witness.
Eric Lipinski again. And Eric, let's start with your structure map here. Describe the structure underlying these 3 requested spacing units.
Again, we've got a structure map on top of the Upper Bakken Shale. The contour interval here is 50 feet. And again, in the subject area, you've got pretty uniform southwest dip into the basin.
Okay, and then move on to the G2, the ISOPAC.
G2 is isopack of the same middle Bakken interval. We've got a contour interval here of 2 feet, and you're seeing across the mapped area thicknesses ranging from 40 to 48 feet. And again, we used 45 feet for our economic assumptions that Jim will go over. And then I just noticed there is a typo. The type log is the same type log in section 19, which is the Jebsen B2119. I think we had an older type log that we jettisoned that's located with the star. We can just X through that one.
Okay. And then again, moving on to G3, that's the same type log that you took us through the last case.
Correct. Showing the Upper Bakken Shale, the Middle Bakken, and the Lower Bakken Shale, and then the entire Bakken pool.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Eric, is your target here in the middle Bakken?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, hearing no further questions, let me call your next witness.
All right, James Lullo again. And James, let's look at E1. Just kind of walk us through what development would look like on each of those 3 2560s.
Well, similar to the previous testimony, we will be drilling 4 wells per spacing unit, equally spaced in each spacing unit. This time, of course, going 4 miles long as opposed to the 3 miles long.
Okay. And then looking at E2, how would you drill and complete each of those wells?
Similarly, as we stated before, 9 and 5/8 cemented surface casing protecting the fresh water zones, 7-inch casing set and cemented through the bend, a 4.5-inch liner cemented in zone hung with the PBR, 50 to 70 stages plug and perf completion intervals.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, just kind of walk us through the reservoir data and then as well the economics.
Yeah, these reservoir data here is very similar to the previous testimony, except for this time we're talking about a 2560 spacing unit. So proportionally, we're still using a 45-foot interval. It's porosity of 7%, water saturation. Porosity of 7%, water saturation of 40%. Reservoir volume factor 1.2. This time, though, the aerial extent is 2,560 feet, which yields about a little over 31 million barrels per spacing unit. These wells are estimated to produce about 600,000 barrels each, which again are estimated to be a little under 2% recovery per spacing unit per well.
Sure. And James, in your opinion, if the commission established these 3 2560s to allow for that development, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
James or Eric, sections 7 and 18 are currently at stand-up 1280. I assume you want them terminated.
Correct. Is it 18?
According to my map, yeah, it was, 7 has got a 640 well in it.
Yeah, 7's got a 640, and So obviously, any existing spacing units would be terminated. The plan on that particular unit would be to try and drill from a common pad in the southeast of Section 7. But 18 has been dropped from the
Correct.
or withdrawn.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
7 and 18 are currently a
Yeah.
1280, which I'm sure that was set up many, many years ago.
It was.
You said that pads me the southeast of 7?
That's our initial target. It has not been confirmed.
Sure. And how about the pad for 17, 20, 29, and 32?
We would like to drill that unit from a common pad to access the well in Section 7 going north and the well in Section 1720 going south from a common pad.
So that pad in the southeast of 7, you're anticipating that might be a pad for both space units?
Correct. It's a little bit tight acreage-wise, so we're still in discussion on it internally.
And then the pad for 15, 22, 27, and 34?
Yeah, our first choice is southwest of Section 34. But again, that's not finalized yet. It would either be in the southwest of 34 or potentially the northwest of 15 as an alternate location.
Okay, thank you.
I need to.
What's your plan with the existing well bores? It looks like there's other wells in the area, and you're going to drill. Is the same plan to drill all 4 wells contiguously, or just back to back? Or
Initially, we're going to drill 1 well per unit
1 well per
and
unit.
evaluate.
And the existing well bores that you have in the area, what's the plan with those?
So we'll obviously have a collision avoidance plan for the ones that are bisecting in Section 7 in particular. And on the completion, we're planning currently on possibly skipping some stages as we approach or cross under the path of existing wellbores. But I think that's the only one that's worrisome, I guess, is the one that goes diagonally across Section 7.
Which wellbore do you plan to drill first on each one of the units, or don't you have that planned out yet?
I don't have that planned out.
Okay. And then when's your planned development date for this area?
This would be along that same lines of the other unit, first half of 2027.
A similar question on gas takeaway. What's your gas takeaway plan in the area?
The same gatherer is in place for here, and we're in discussions. Have given them our gas forecasts and working with them to get a final plan for gas takeaway.
Eric, do you have gas takeaway on your existing wells up there right now?
Currently, there is not. They've got a breach in a portion of their pipeline, and that's what we're negotiating with them on when they're going to repair that.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32991. Next case is case number 32992. This is an application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Door, Noli Lake, and our Harding Bakken pools in McKenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Establish an overlapping stand-up 12.8-acre spacing unit described as sections 18, 19, 30, and 31 in Township 151 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit. 2. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 25 60-acre spacing units described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, and section 17, 20, 29, and 32 in Township 151 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. And 3, establish an overlapping laydown of 1,600 acre spacing unit described as section 7, 8, and 9. Township 151 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or 4 granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. 3 witnesses for this case: Cassidy Barr, Trevor Kitchingham, and Katie Neighbors.
All right, Ms. Barr, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Cassidy, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Cassidy Barr. I'm employed as a landman with Cord Energy, and our business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 15, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Cassidy, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the requested spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Ms. Barr be received as that of an expert.
Your motion's granted.
And Cassidy, let's start with L1. If I can have you identify each of those spacing units we'll be discussing.
All right. Exhibit L1 is the regional locator map showing the requested 1280, 2 2560 acre DSUs and 1 1600 acre DSU.
Okay. And then looking at L2, can you identify your working interest in those spacing units?
Yes, the red box shows section 16, 21, 28, and 33 in Township 151, 104 with a working interest of 94.5%. The green box outlines section 17, 20, 29, and 32 and has a working interest of 88.62%. The blue box outlines sections 18, 19, 30, 31, and we have a working interest of 29.13%. And the yellow box shows the proposed 1,600 acre DSU containing section 7, 8, and 9 in 151, 104 with a working interest of 82.83%.
Okay. And then Cassidy, on L3, I don't think we need to go through specific percentages, but is that showing what the working interest is in those underlying base spacing units?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no further questions. That offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Cassidy, on your exhibit L2, the blue box 18, 19, 30, and 31, that should be a 1280 grade.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And likewise on L3, those should be 640s for 7 and 18 and 19 and 30.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Trevor Kitchingham.
Here.
Mr. Kitchingham, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, Trevor, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Trevor Kitchingham, geologist with Cord Energy. Our business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 15, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Trevor, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can I have you give us your educational background and then relevant work experience as a geologist?
Yes, sir. I got a degree in petroleum geology from Louisiana Tech. worked in the oil and gas industry for approximately 21 years. Prior to Cord, I worked at EOG Resources in Fort Worth as a geologist, and later worked for Ergon Exploration as their exploration manager and VP of exploration. Worked in multiple basins across the U.S. And now I'm working for Cord Energy as their geologist for asset management team.
Sure. And Trevor, are you familiar with the geology matters that are associated with each of the requested spacing units you'll be discussing?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Kitchingham be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Trevor, let's look at your G1 for this case and just describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
Yeah, this is a structure map on the upper Bakken Shale. It is dipping to the southeast across the proposed units, roughly from subsea depth of 8,325 to 8,425. The map is on a 25-foot continent.
Okay, let's look at G2 then. Take us through the ISOPAC.
Yeah, this is a Middle Bakken ISOPAC across the identified units. We're looking at a range from roughly 22 feet to 27 feet.
Okay, and then you have a type log on G3. Can you just describe what you're showing on that?
Yes, so this is the type log of the stratigraphic interval in the area, indicating the upper Bakken, middle Bakken, and lower Bakken shale that we've used to identify the reservoir properties in this area.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right here, none. You may call your next witness.
Okay, next witness, Katie Neighbors.
Ms. Neighbors, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Katie, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, I'm Katie Neighbors. I'm a senior development engineer with Cord Energy. We are at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Katie, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with each of the requested spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Neighbors be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right, and Katie, let's start with E1, and if I could just have you walk us through how you intend to develop each of these spacing units.
Yes, of course. So in Exhibit E1, up top in a light blue box, we're showing our laydown 1,600 acre spacing unit with 4 proposed Middle Bakken 2.5 mile wellbores drilled from west to east with a pad centrally located to the west. Moving down in the gray box, we have a stand-up 1,280 acre spacing unit showing 1 proposed Middle Bakken 4-mile wellbore. And to the right of that, in the 2 light red boxes, we have 2 2560 stand-up units with 4 proposed Middle Bakken wells each. These will be drilled from north to south with pads centrally located at the north of each DSU.
Okay. Let's move on to E2 then. Can you summarize for us the reservoir data and then what the economics would look like for each of the spacing units?
Yes, so on E2, the top table summarizes our anticipated reservoir properties for the combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks formations. And down below, the table has spacing and economics for each of our scenarios. So our 1,600 acre spacing aligns with the blue box on the previous slide. For a 2.5 mile wellbore, we're anticipating an EUR of 525,000 barrels, which yields an 80% rate of return. And moving to the right 2 columns, our 1,280 and 2560 acre spacing units would have 4-mile wellbores with anticipated EURs of 815,000 barrels each, with an investment of $10.3 million. This yields a rate of return of 115%.
Okay. And Katie, in your opinion, if the commission approves each of these spacing units to allow for that development, is that going to prevent waste, protect water rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions that after the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Katie, when evaluating this area, is there a reason you put the laydown unit at the north instead of the south?
We are trying to keep our pad locations as far north as possible.
Not, I'm talking about the laydown spacing unit that you have of 8, 9, and whatever the other section is. I can't see it on the map. 7.
Yeah.
As opposed to having that as 31, 32, and 33.
Yeah, so we thought a pad location in the northern part for that laydown unit would be more doable than if we put it in the south.
Was there any consideration of drilling these all as 5 miles instead of having the laydown at all?
You know, we are currently planning our first 5-mile spacing test. So until we have results from that well, no, not at this time. This plan is laid out on Exhibit E1, reflects our current optimal development plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
When is your planned development timing for this area?
We anticipating spudding these wells the first half of 2028.
Are all of the pad locations new, or any of them from existing sites?
I believe these are all new locations.
And then do you have gas takeaway in the area currently?
So we would be looking at One Oak, possibly Cabin Creek. We're still finalizing our gas takeaway plans.
And so I guess on exhibit E1, section 34, just explain that to me as well. So the 33, looks like 34, 35,
Yes.
and 36 is a 3-mile spacing unit that you guys have already applied for.
Yes, we just called that out to note, since there is an existing well straddling sections 33 and 34, that we did have a laydown 3-mile unit with the sections 34, 35, 36 that we've already applied for.
Okay.
Just a picture of our development plan in the area.
Gotcha. And then, I guess adding to Rich's question, is it topographic challenges as you move south that you want to keep the pads to the north, or what was the reason?
We know that there's been some issues with the floodplain in the past, and we're aware of that. And we believe that we have the highest success in the north to steer clear of those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, there are several lease line spacing units in this area. I believe 8, 9, 16, and 17, 20, 21, 28, 29, 21, 22, 27, and 28. And it looks like 9, 10, 15, and 16. Do you want those lease line spacing units terminated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from staff? Right, hearing none, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32992. Next case on the docket is case number 32994. This is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Lucy Indoor Cottonwood Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 25/60 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20 in Township 160 North, Range 92 West in Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. 3 witnesses in this case will be Taylor Roberts, land, and then it will be Trevor Kitchingham and Katie Neighbors again.
All right, you may declare first witness, Mr. Roberts.
Taylor Roberts, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Roberts, could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury, the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Taylor Roberts, senior staff landman at Oasis Core Energy Corporation, business address 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas 77002.
Taylor, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the line matters associated with each of the spacing units you'll be testifying to today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Roberts be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
All right, Taylor, let's look at L1. Can you identify the 2560 you're requesting here?
Sure. Exhibit 01, the purple box in sections 5, 8, 17, and 20 of 160 North, 92 West for the requested stand-up 25/60 acre unit.
Okay. And then looking at L2, what's your working interest in that spacing unit?
Sure. Same legals. Core's approximate working interest is 76.78% working interest.
Okay. And then on L3, you have a breakdown of the working interest in the underlying spacing units?
Correct. Sections 5 and 8, we have approximately 63% working interest. Sections 16 and 17, approximately 95% working interest. And sections 20 and 29, approximately 86% working interest.
Okay. And then on L4, you just showing us how this kind of fits in with the existing spacing and development in the area?
Correct. Yeah. Well, this is the same exhibit we shared in previous months, but yeah, all the pending and approved orders covering this section.
Sure. I have no further questions for Mr. Roberts that are for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, I see your next witnesses are Mr. Kitchingham and Miss Neighbors.
Yep.
I'll just remind them that they continue to be under oath. Let me call your next witness.
All right, Trevor. So look at G1. Describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit.
G1 shows the upper Bakken structure at subsea depth, dipping to the southwest across the proposed unit, roughly from 6,100 feet to 6,425 feet.
Okay. And then looking at your ISOPAC map, can you just walk us through that quickly?
Sure. ISOPAC would be middle Bakken shell. It would be a unit. Across the units, roughly 48 feet thick.
Okay. And then on G3, what are you showing on your type log?
Type log is just the set up interval of the upper, middle, and lower Bakken used to evaluate the reservoir in this area.
Okay. I have no further questions that are for the geology exhibits.
Any exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
All right, Katie, let's look at E1. How would you propose to develop this spacing unit?
Yes, on Exhibit E1, the red box is outlining our stand-up 25/60 acre spacing unit. We're showing 4 proposed middle Bakken 4-mile well bores in black, drilled from the south to the north from an existing pad location. We've also called out a couple of case numbers for previous spacing requests we've made just to give you an overview of our plans in the area. We have case 32836 is a 1920 composed of units 4, 9, and 16. And then down to the south in section 29, we're calling out case number 32924 that was requested as a 2560 laydown for sections 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Let's move on then to E2 and just summarize the reservoir data and then the economics for this spacing unit.
Yes, so on E2, the table up top summarizes our anticipated reservoir properties for the combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks. You've seen OOIP of 9.4 million barrels. Then down below, for our 2560, we're proposing 4 4-mile wellbores with an anticipated EUR of 530,000 barrels each. At a $10.8 million investment, this yields a 35% rate of return.
Okay. And Katie, in your opinion, if this gets approved, would that prevent waste, protect wildlife rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. I offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none. That will conclude the hearing for case number 32994. Next case on the docket is case number 32995. This is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Deepwater Creek Bay Bakken Pool and McLean Counties, North Dakota to 1. Establish an overlapping laydown 1280-acre spacing unit described as sections 13 and 14, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 14, 23, and 24 in Township 150 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And for this case, we'll have Keith Swiderski cover land, Ben Dotson geology, and then Katie Neighbors will do engineering again.
All right, Mr. Swiderski, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. Keith, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. Keith Swiderski. I'm a senior staff layman with Oasis Petroleum. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Keith, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters that you'll be testifying on, the spacing units you'll be testifying on today?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Swiderski be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Keith, let's start with L1. If you can identify first the 1280 you're requesting.
Yes, the 1280 is a laydown 1280 located in 11591, sections 13 and 14.
Okay. And then looking at L2, what's your working interest in that proposed 1280?
Our working interest will be 95.56%.
Okay. And then L3, is that a breakdown of the 2 existing 640s?
Yes, sir. It's 2 laydown 640s, one being in the north half, in which we own a 91.12% working interest, and the other being in the south half of 13 and 14, in which we own 100% working interest.
Okay. And then moving on to L4, can you identify the 2560 you're asking for and your working interest there?
Yes, sir. So the 2560 is located in 15091, sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, and we have a 73.66% working interest.
Okay. And then finally, L5, breakdown of the working interest in those underlying spacing units?
Yes, sir. So the 2 laydown 640s, the same as discussed earlier, 91.12% working interest for the north half, 100% for the south half of 13 and 14. And then in the 1920 in the south, in sections 22, 23, and 24, we own a 51.76%.
I have no further questions that off the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
I guess one quick question on section 15. Do you guys have a plan for that one? Is that spaced?
Section 15 is a part of a separate spacing unit. I believe it's operated by Spotted Hawk, and I do believe they have permits on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing no additional questions, you may call your next witness.
Ben Dotson.
Mr. Dotson,
Yeah.
can you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ben, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Ben Dotson. I'm a geologist with Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, a subsidiary of Cord Energy. And I'm located at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Ben, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the geology underlying the spacing units you'll testify to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd offer the testimony of Mr. Dotson as that of an expert.
Your offer is accepted.
Okay. And Ben, let's look at G1. Describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
So the exhibit shows an Upper Bakken structure map in SSTVD depth with 25-foot contours. Overall, the structure is dipping to the west. And within the DSUs, the depth is between negative 7,700 feet to negative 7,800 feet. And the type log that's commented on that's shown later is in the section to the right of the DSUs.
Okay. And then moving on to G2, take us through your ISOPAC map.
This map shows a Middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map with 2-foot contours. This area is thickening towards the DSU, really to the eastern part of the DSU. And overall, the thickness within the DSU is between 38 and 41 feet.
Okay. And then on G3, that type log, describe what you're showing on that.
This type log is a representative triple combo for the DSU, and this is what geologic characteristics and reservoir characteristics can be generated off of.
Okay. I have no further questions that are off of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right, hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Katie, let's look at exhibit E1. And can you describe how you would develop the 1280, I guess, and the 2560?
Of course. So on exhibit E1 in the light red box, we're highlighting our 1280 acre spacing unit, and we're showing 2 4-mile hairpin Middle Bakken wellbores. And the gray box outlines the 2560 acre spacing unit with the 1 2-mile Middle Bakken wellbore being drilled from a pad in the southern section, in the south of section 18, along with our planned 3-mile laydown wells in sections 22, 23, 24 that we already have spaced.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, just summarize the reservoir data and then the economics on each of those 2 spacing units.
Yes, of course. So again, the anticipated reservoir properties are in the table up top. On the bottom, you can see that for our infill 1280 acre spacing unit, for a 4-mile wellbore, we are anticipating an EUR of 565,000 barrels, $11.9 million DNC with a 43% rate of return. For the 2-mile section line well, we're anticipating an EUR of 389,000 barrels And at $8.2 million, that yields a 22% rate of return.
Okay. Katie, in your opinion, would establishment of these spacing units for that development prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions that are for the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Katie, on your lease line 2560, why wouldn't you drill a 3-mile well there and make it a lease line 3840?
That's a great question. This is just reflective of our current plan and our current inventory.
So what's going to happen to the lease line between sections 15 and 22?
I believe the operator of section 15 would have the option to drill a section line past that point.
Well, you understand that's included in an irregular shaped spacing unit. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So there's really no opportunity to drill a lease line across that lease line between 15 and 22, is there? From the west?
I think they could. Yeah, they have I believe, a 4,400 acre unit over there that theoretically they could drill southern section line right there that would pull in our 22, 23, and 24 DSU. I know they have plans to do some pretty heavy development in that 4,400 acre unit. So last we checked, I think they had at least 9 wells permitted or something along those lines. So,
but they would have a 500-foot setback from the south line of 15, wouldn't they?
I haven't looked at this one too much, so I can't really speak to what Spotted Hawk's plans may be.
Well, you can trust me. They would have a 500-foot setback from the south line of section 15. It just seems like almost a no-brainer.
I think. Yeah, I guess our concern would be. I guess our concern would be that they have a 4,400 acre unit in place, so that's going to be a large CA. It's all one unit. So if we were to drill a section line there, we would have to allocate that last mile to the other 4,400 acre unit. Just the way the CAs are set up.
So is that so onerous that we should just leave that oil in the ground there?
I can't speak to that.
Well, if you would please, for the record, submit an analysis of that, of drilling a 3-mile lease line horizontal well there, and what that may or may not entail.
They can drill a 4-month straight. Yeah.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
So, counsel, how long do you need to keep the record open?
Katie, how long is a week sufficient for that, or do you need any additional time?
A week should be good.
I don't know what date that is, Mr. Examiner.
August 5th.
August 5th.
So we'll keep the record open until August 5th. Any additional questions from staff? All right, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32995. And I think we need to take a break, so we'll just go off the record for 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Guys, you
All right, we will go back on the record. Next case on the docket is case number 32996. This is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending applicable orders for the Jim Creek and Murphy Creek Bakken pools in Dunn County, North Dakota, to one, establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13 and 24 in Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and sections 18 and 19 Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. And two, establish two overlapping stand-up 38-40 acre spacing units described as sections 16, 17, 20, 21, 28, 29, and sections 17, 18, 19, 20, 29, and 30 Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit. 3. Establish an overlapping stand-up 51-20 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 144 North, Range 96 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 4, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Prince Eckby will cover land for this case, and then we'll have Trevor Kitchingham and Katie Neighbors again on geology and engineering.
All right, Mr. Eckby, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear, affirm under the penalties of perjury, the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, Prince, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Prince Eckby, employed by Cord Energy, parent company, Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Employed as a senior landman, and business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Prince, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the spacing units you'll be testifying to?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Eckby be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
And Prince, start with L1. Can you just identify the area of these proposed overlapping spacing units?
Yeah, in L1, we have our regional locator map, Dunn County, North Dakota. We're taking in 2560 and sections 1324 of 14596 and sections 1819 of 14595, and then two overlapping standing 3840s in sections 16, 17, 20, 21, 28, 29, and sections 17, 18, 19, 20, 29, and 30 of 14595. And then the last one being a 5120 acre spacing in sections 2536 of 14596, sections 30 and 31 of 14595, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 14496.
Okay. Let's move on then to L2. What's the working interest in that 2560 you're asking for?
Our 2560 here, Cord's working interest would be 36.38%.
Okay. And then L3, is that just to break down the underlying spacing units under that?
Yes, the underlying spacing units with 23 and 24 there, the 1280 being 13.05%, sections 12 and 13, 1280 being 16.95%, and sections 18 and 19 with 79.01%.
Okay. And then L4, that first 3840, what's your working interest there?
Cord's working interest is 77.11%.
Okay, and then L5, we got a breakdown of the underlying spacing units under that one.
Yeah, breakdown there is in green. You'll see sections 16 and 21. Cord has 45.25%, and sections 17 and 20 there in red. Cord has 94.9%, and sections 27 and 28 in blue there. Cord has 70.61%, and then sections 29 and 32 there in yellow, you'll see that Cord has 89.84%.
Okay. And then L6, if you can identify your working interest in the other 3840.
Yeah, for the other 3840, Cord has 84.82%.
And then on L7, the underlying spacing units involved in that one.
Yeah, for the breakdown of the 41280s here, section 17 and 20, 94.9%. Sections 18 and 19, 79%. And then sections 29 and 32, 89.84%. And section 30 and 31 is 78.13%.
Okay. And then finally, L8, your working interest in that 5120.
Yeah, with 5120, court has 36.79%.
Okay. And then how about L9, the underlying spacing units making up that 5120?
Yes, and 25 and 36, court doesn't have any interest in there. Sections 30 and 31, 78.13%. Sections 4 and 9, 9.27%. Sections 3, 52.16%. And sections 10, the same as 52.16%.
And Prince, would you work with the other working interest owners with respect to operatorship?
Yes, we would. We've reached out to them and had conversations about our development plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. And after the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted and questions from staff.
Prince, first of all, I haven't dug into this very deeply, but my maps indicate that 13, 24, 18, and 19 are currently on lease line 2560.
24. Said 13, 24, and I didn't catch the rest of that.
18 and 19, your first.
Oh, the first one.
That's already spaced as a lease line.
The maps
Already
already
spaced?
dig into the orders, but I assume if it is, you'll just. It's okay for me to
just
withdraw this
we'll
portion
withdraw
for
that
you.
portion.
Yeah, withdraw this
already
one.
spaced.
Okay.
Dismiss this one. Yes, sir.
And then currently there are a number of lease line 2560s in this area. In particular, I believe 16, 17, 20, and 21, 17, 18, 19, and 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, in sections 28, 29, 32, and 33. So the bottom 4 miles of that township are covered by lease line spacing unit, and with your proposal, you're only covering 3 of it, and you're leaving the bottom mile out of a lease line spacing unit. Now, do you have plans for the lease line between 31 and 32 and 32 and 33?
31 and 32 and 32. No, not at this time.
So, if you don't have plans for it, how is that lease line going to get developed?
I think it's something that we could look at and probably bring forth, or look at development wise, and huddle up as a team. But this area is still being reconfigured, so we'll probably look at it a little bit later. These are the ones that we plan on bringing to development a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's a little bit problematic for the commission without, approving this without a plan going forward for the other part of it, of those lease lines I mentioned. That's something you could take a cursory look at least now.
Yeah, we can definitely huddle up as a team and take a look at it now.
Okay. Do you know what the so on your stand up 5120, do you know what that offset between the townships is, between the west lines of 30 and 31 and I guess the west lines of 3 and 10 or the east lines of 4 and 9?
Yeah, previously, we've taken this area to spacing in the past. In January, we submitted a supplemental for, I believe the 30 and 31, 3 and 4 or 3 and 2. We do have, Katie can go into more detail about the dimensions, the actual distances there.
If there's something in a previous record, I'll just take administrative notice of that.
She might have it, but if not, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing no additional questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Trevor Kitchenham and Trevor, let's look at G1. Can you go ahead and describe the structure underlying these proposed spacing units?
Yeah, sure. The G1 shows the upper structure map subsea depth on the upper Botkin Shell. Across the proposed units, you've got a dip to the northwest, down dip to the northwest. Subseas across that are negative 8,425 to negative 8,550.
Okay. And then let's look at G2, the ISOPAC map. Take us through that.
It's a middle Bakken ISOPAC across the unit, proposed units. We're looking at between 34 to 32 feet in the middle Bakken.
Okay. And then on G3, your type log, what are you showing on that exhibit?
Yes, it's a representative type log of the area showing the stratigraphic interval of the upper, middle, and lower Bakken that we have used to describe the reservoir interval in this area.
Okay. I have no further questions after the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right. Next witness is Katie Neighbors. And Katie, let's look at E1, and if you can walk through how you develop each of these section lines on these overlapping spacings, and then if you do have those footages for those offsets on the correction lines there, if you could provide those as well.
Of course, yeah. We want to just go ahead and start then with that blue box. It's outlining our 5120 acre spacing unit. You can see our proposed 4-mile middle Bakken wellbore. We do know that the offset's about 438 feet. And again, I think that supplement material was in case number 32472 when we spaced sections 30, 31, 3, and 10.
Okay. And then how about the, go ahead and the other section line development, what would that look like?
Of course, yes. So in the red box on the top left, we have outlined our 2560 acre spacing unit with the proposed 2-mile section line well in red. And then we have 2 gray boxes on the upper right outlining our 3840 acre spacing units with proposed 3-mile middle Bakken wellbores. And to your questions earlier regarding section line wells south of this development, we do have some stand-up 3-mile units, or stand-up 3-mile locations planned for sections 32, 2, and 11. We believe the westernmost 3-mile location will effectively drain the reservoir on that side of the DSU at this time.
Sure. Let's move on then.
And we have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
That covers kind of the development that we're discussing on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's move on then. Go ahead with E2 and summarize the reservoir data and then what the economics would look like for each of those wells on those overlapping spacing units.
Of course. So on E2, we have our reservoir properties up top. On the bottom, you can see that for our 2560 acre spacing unit, we're anticipating a 2-mile EUR of 442,000 barrels with a 53% rate of return. For our 2 3840 acre spacing units, each 3-mile wellbore is anticipated to recover 688,000 barrels with a 76% rate of return. And for our 5120 acre spacing unit, our 4-mile wellbore is anticipated to produce 905,000 barrels with a 70% rate of return.
Okay. And Katie, in your opinion, if the commission approves each of these overlapping spacing units to allow for that lease line development, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, absolutely. This plan reflects what we think will be most effective in capturing this resource.
Sure. I have no further questions that are off the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Katie, could you repeat that offset for me? It was
438.5 feet.
Okay. And then during your testimony, did you, I don't know if I heard you correctly, but did you say there between 31 and 32, there was the infill development was going to drain that lease line corridor?
So we don't believe at this time that a section line well is necessary there. We have 3 mile well bores planned in 32, 2, and 11. And that gets, pretty far west into that DSU. And then same with section 30, 31, 3, and 10. We have 4 mile wells planned there. And we believe that between the combination of both can be spaced such that we won't need a section line well there at this time.
And then what about between 32 and 33?
Between 32 and 33, we do not have a planned section line well.
Because 33 is going to be involved in a laydown space unit.
We have lay down 1920s, so lay down 3 mile locations planned there.
And do you know, is the 33 going to be the heels or the toes?
I'm not prepared to be the heel.
Be the heel? So it would be potential that you would have drainage across in that lease line area also then, correct?
I suppose.
If you set your casing at 150 feet. I mean, would you agree?
We can take another look at this area, and if we deem that a section line well will more effectively drain the resource, then we can apply for a section line well at that time.
Yeah, if you would, I think if you just a very brief, short submission on how the lease line areas there can be adequately drained without a lease line well, I think that would be beneficial, and certainly in both areas that I was concerned about why a lease line well may not be necessary there.
Of course, yes, we can provide our full development plan in a supplement.
And then address that drainage in those areas, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Katie, do you guys have a 3 mile unit plan for 17, 20, and 29 to infill the remaining?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Are the 3 wells that start in the north side of 29, those I have that those are operated by XTO, is that correct?
North side of 29.
They go south into 29 and 32.
We acquired all that last year in late 2025. So most of these wells might pop up as XTO, but is pretty much the whole development plan that we've been taking from this one show some XTO wells, but they should be acquired by or under Horde or Oasis operating.
Okay, that's good to know. So section 32, 2, and 11 are going to be developed as a 1920. And then I guess my question is section 32 is at least halfway developed along with section 29 right now. So if you put a 1920 in there might be some challenges with that, I think.
So yeah, we're planning to develop the west half of that 1920 as 3 mile stand-ups, and the east half within the existing 1280 of sections 2 and 11.
So the west half of 32, 2, and 11 will be in its own unit,
Correct.
and the east half of 2 and 11 will be in its own unit. Is that correct?
Yes, the east half of 2 and 11 will have there's planned well development for either a U-turn well, possibly, so, or we're looking at 1280 development there, so yes, it'll be its own development.
Okay. And then is there a similar plan for 17, 20, and 29 then?
So 17 and 29 development is the 3-mile spacing, or the 3-mile 1920 stand-ups, and there'll be development, I guess, that's looked at the optimal spacing for how many wells you could fit in there with the existing wells.
Okay, similarly, section 29 is at least halfway developed right now, or approximately halfway developed.
Correct.
So was that going to be a 1920?
So we have 17, 20, and 29 as a 1920, 29, 32, and 2 as 1920s. And then for the optimal just spacing of the wells, and I don't want to speak to development here, but like Katie mentioned, that for 32, 2, and 11, we've placed the wells on the western corridor of the DSU for the 1920 because of the development that's pre-existing there. And then for going north, 17, 20, and 29, we've optimized our spacing, our well spacing between those, and placed additional wells.
And those have not been heard yet, correct?
Those have been heard in January, sir.
They were heard in January. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at those when we get to them. Thank you.
So, is a week long enough to keep the record open for something?
Yeah, I think so. Katie, a week for the exhibit that Mr. Bohr asked for, relating to kind of lease line development along that 31, 32, and 32, 33 corridors.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, so we'll keep the record open until August 5th. Hearing no additional questions, that will conclude today's hearing for case number 32996. Next case on the docket is application of, it's case number 32997. This is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 38-40 acre spacing unit described as section 26, 27, 28, 33, and 34, and 35 in Township 145 North, Range 95 West in Denton County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And for this case, we'll have Prince Trevor and Katie testifying again.
Okay, I'll just remind the witnesses they're under oath. You may call your first witness.
All right. Prince, let's start with L1. Can you identify the area in question in the spacing unit?
Yes, same area. So L1 shows the 38-40 spacing unit. Described as sections 26, 27, 28, 33, 34, and 35 of 145, 95.
Okay. And then looking at L2, can you identify your working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes. Cord has 72.12% working interest.
Okay. And then L3, is that a breakdown of the underlying spacing units?
Yeah, the breakdown goes as in green there, sections 27 and 28, we have 80.76%. In sections 26, 60.48% there in purple. Sections 33, 89.25% in red. And in blue, section 34, 62.5%. And in yellow, section 35, we have 79.84%.
I have no further questions that are for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right. Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Trevor, let's look at G1 and describe the structure underlying this spacing unit.
Yeah, G1 is a subsea structure map on the upper Bakken Shale. That's the area you have the general down depth to the northwest, ranging from negative 8,375 feet to negative 8,450 feet.
Okay. And G2, what's the ISOPAC look like, that map?
Yeah, Milwaukee ISOPAC for the proposed units, 2-foot contractable. Generally across the unit is 34 feet thick.
Okay. And then again on the type log, what are you showing on that exhibit?
Yes, I have a star graphic section of representing the area around the units. I'm showing the blocking, middle blocking, lower blocking intervals.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right. Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Katie Neighbors. And Katie, let's look at E1. How would you develop this overlapping 3840?
Yes, so the red box outlines our 3840 acre spacing unit. You can see our proposed middle Bakken 3-mile wellbore drilled from a pad to the west in section 29.
Okay. And then E2, can you summarize reservoir data and then economics for this one?
Yes, so the first table on E2 summarizes the reservoir data for the combined middle Bakken and Three Forks. And then down below, you can see for a 3-mile well, we're anticipating an EUR of 688,000 barrels with an investment of $9.2 million. This yields a 76% rate of return.
Okay. And Katie, in your opinion, if the overlapping 3840 is approved, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Questions from staff? And you're offering the affidavit as well?
Oh, yes, I am. The gas capture plan affidavit I would offer as well. Thank you.
Admit that. Hearing no questions. That will conclude the hearing today for case number 32997. Next case on the docket is case number 32998. This is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Painted Woods and/or Fort Buford Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as the east half, the west half of sections 11 and 14, and all of sections 22 and 23, Township 153 North, Range 104 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. Mr. Examiner, we'll have Cassidy Barr again on this one, and then Ben Dotson and Katie Neighbors. They've all previously testified.
All right, we'll just remind the witnesses or remand under oath. You may call your first witness.
And just,
If
Mr. Examiner, oh, go ahead.
Are you thinking about combining anything here?
We could. So, Mr. Bohr, Mr. Examiner, this case, as well as the next 2 cases, are all sort of linked together. We broke them up, just the caption for publication purposes would have got a little lengthy and cumbersome, so that they are all tied together. I think it would make sense probably to consolidate for purposes of hearing.
Okay, we can do that. We can consolidate case number 32998, case number 32999, and case number 33000. I'll just read the captions into the record. Case number 32999 is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Painted Woods and Fort Buford Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2,400 acre spacing unit described as all of section 34 in the west half of section 35, Township 154 North, Range 104 West, and all of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 in the west half of sections 2/11/14/23 in Township 153 North, Range 104 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 33000 is an application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Painter Woods and or Fort Buford Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 4,800 acre spacing unit described as sections 34 and 35, Township 154 North, Range 104 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23 in Township 153 North, Range 104 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Yeah, and Mr. Examiner, Wademan, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America in 32999 and 33000. And again, those same three witnesses will testify on those as well. And with your permission, Mr. Examiner, my thought process on this would be to kind of for 32998 go through the full packet, but with the next two cases, there's going to be a lot of overlap and things duplication. So with those two cases, maybe just focus on particularly on the those specific spacing units, maybe on land, and then the engineering geology will likely be pretty much the same on all of them. So
all right, I'll trust your presentation, or you know your presentation well enough to know which is the most logical way to do it, so you may begin.
Sure. And Cassidy, let's start with L1. If you can identify that first spacing unit, the 1920.
Yes, Exhibit L1 is the regional locator map showing the requested 1920. And then if we want to go to L2, the red box shows the east half and the east half of the west half of sections 11 and 14 and all of sections 22 and 23 of Township 153 North, Range 104 West, the Oasis owning a working interest of 72.94%.
Okay, and then you got L3, you've got a breakdown there.
Exhibit L3 shows the red box outline sections 22 and 23 with a working interest of 62.69%. And then the green line shows the east half and the east half of the west half of sections 11 and 14 with a working interest of 99.86%.
Sure. And then I don't like on L4, I don't think you have to touch on every percentage there, but that's a breakdown of the working interest in those 9 existing 960s.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And I guess, Cassie, this is, somewhat unique configuration for the spacing, but that's due to, this is on the Montana border, and we've got kind of some existing spacing units that have sort of non-traditional or unique kind of spacing where they're it kind of splits sections and has some unique configurations. So that's sort of why this is not what you typically see. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Barr right off the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is going to be Ben Dodson. And Ben, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, I'll let the map pop back up for you all. Okay, if you all can see. So G1, to show all of the DSUs that are being brought into this case, just add the section above it. You'll see in the case G1, the exhibit G1 of case 33,000 has the whole outline of all the geology, but overall, I mean, the geology is all the same. The map shows overall that there's this is an SSD structure map of the Upper Bakken, and it has 25-foot contours. Overall, the structure is dipping to the southeast. And within this overall group DSU, the depths go between negative 8,250 to negative 8,350.
Okay. Let's move on G2 then. Just take us through that ISOPAC map as well.
Okay, so this map is the Middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map with 2-foot contour intervals, and overall this map is showing thickening to the east, but within the DSU, all of these DSUs, it's roughly 25 to 26 feet in thickness, with not much change at all.
Sure. And then we've got the type log on G3. Just describe what you're showing us on the type log.
So the type log, the Nordell, is located just south of the lowest DSU, and it is a representative triple combo log of the area, and all of the geologic characteristics and maps were based off of it.
Okay. I have no further questions right off of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, we will call your next witness.
Okay. Katie Neighbors. And Katie, let's start with E1. And if you can kind of take us through the sort of big picture full development for these 3 spacing units.
Great. Yes, in Exhibit E1, we are showing our full development plan here. We want to start in the upper right-hand corner in the light blue box. You can see our existing 960-acre spacing unit. We do have one planned 4-mile U-turn well planned there. If you move just south of that in the red box, we have highlighted our 1920-acre spacing unit. This aligns with case number 32998. We have 2 proposed Middle Bakken 4-mile well bores there towards the toe. In our yellow box to the west, we're highlighting our 2,400-acre spacing unit. This aligns with case number 32999. You can see we have a stand-up 5-mile Middle Bakken well bore planned there, drilled from a pad in the north of section 34. Drilled from the same pad, we have planned a second 5-mile well bore in black, and its corresponding 4,800-acre spacing unit is outlined in gray. And again, this goes with case number 33000.
Okay. So just kind of clarify the blue, that's already spaced. So you're just showing that how you're going to develop that existing 960.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
then just the black, that's the upcoming, the 4,800, and that's essentially what would be like a lease line or a section line well, just sort of due to how the existing spacing units are set up, not, like along existing section lines. It's sort of a little bit different configuration, but it essentially is the same thing as a lease line development, correct?
Correct. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and move on to E2 then. For this particular case, the 1920, and the development with those hairpins or whatever you'd like to call them on that exhibit. Just kind of walk us through that specifically.
Yes, so E2 just highlights this case in particular in the red box. You can see we have the 2 4-mile well bores planned from a pad in section 11. They'll be drilled from the north to the south, curving towards the toe.
Okay. And then let's look at E3. Kind of summarize the reservoir data and then what the economics would look like for those wells on the 1920.
Yes, so the chart up top has the average reservoir properties across both the Middle Bakken and the Three Forks. For the 1920, we are anticipating a 4-mile EUR of 800,000 barrels each. With an investment of $13 million, this yields a 50% rate of return.
And Katie, in your opinion, would establishment of the 1920 with this development that you've described, is that going to prevent waste, protect valid rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
I guess, Mr. Examiner, we'll move on to the next exhibit packet, I guess, and go through that next. Or do you want to? Would you prefer to ask questions on kind of each spacing unit as well? Just go through each of them and then ask questions. Okay,
It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Cassidy, for the case number 32999 packet L1, can you identify that 2,400 acre spacing unit for us?
Yes, Exhibit L1 shows the regional locator map of the requested 2,400 acre DSU. And then Exhibit L2, sorry, lost my place. Township 154 North, Range 104 West, Section 34 in the west half of 35. Township 153 North, Range 104 West includes Section 3, 10, 15, 22 in the west half, Sections 2, 11, 14, and 23.
Okay.
We have over
Yeah.
53.1%.
Yep. And then so L3, I don't think we need to go through each of the percentages, but is that essentially a breakdown of the working interest in those underlying spacing units?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Ben, on exhibits G1 through G3, is there anything different or unique with respect to this proposed 2,400? Anything different than what you previously testified to?
No, everything is the same.
Okay. And then Katie, I think we can skip E1. We've already kind of discussed the full development plan here, but let's focus in on that 5-miler on the 2240 and how you develop that on E2.
Great. Yes, on E2, the yellow box outlines the 2,400 acre spacing unit. We're showing that westernmost 5-mile well in yellow, drilled from north to south.
Okay. And then just break down anything unique on the reservoir data, and then what the economics would look like for the 5-miler.
Yes, the reservoir data is the same. For the 5-mile location, we are anticipating EUR of 1 MMBO with an investment of $4.9 million and a rate of return of 65%.
Okay. And then again, specific to the 2240 and that 5-mile development, if that gets approved, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then let's move on to the exhibit packet for case 33000. And Cassidy, if I can just have you just maybe go to L2 and identify that spacing unit and your working interest in it.
Sure. Exhibit L2 is the requested 4,800 acre DSU, sections 34 and 35 in Township 154 North, Range 104 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23 in Township 153 North, Range 104 West. And we have a working interest of 63.8%.
Okay. And again, L3, I think that's just a breakdown of working interest in the underlying spacing units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further, well, I guess let's move on to geology exhibits. Ben, on G1 through G3 with respect to this case, is there anything different or unique with respect to the geology underlying the 4,800?
No, that's the same.
Okay. And then Katie, again, we've already covered E1 on kind of the full development plan. So looking at E2 specifically to that 4,800, can you take us through and describe how you develop that overlapping spacing unit?
Of course, yes. So this is showing that easternmost 5-mile middle Bakken wellbore drilled from the same pad in northern section 34. The gray box is outlining that 4,800 acre spacing unit.
Okay. And again, that's essentially like a lease line between the existing spacing units, correct? Those 960s.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then on E3, if there's anything unique on the reservoir, otherwise, what the economics would look like for this well.
So the economics are consistent with case 32999, the other 5 mile location.
Okay. And again, in your opinion, would establishment of that 4,000 to allow that kind of lease line development, is that going to prevent waste, protect railroad rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions. I'd offer the exhibit packets fourth and gas capture plan affidavit for each of those 3 cases, 32998 through 33000.
Exhibits in that are admitted and the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Katie, we'll look at your full development plan. I guess the first question in case 33,000 on your exhibit E2, is that lease line well and the other proposed J-hook well, are they going to cross?
No, they will not cross. The J-hook should dip to the south.
And then the lease line well will stop just
Should
short.
stop just short of it. Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess one thing that comes to mind is instead of drilling a 5 mile or 2 5-mile wells, did you consider doing some unique development in 22 and 23 and just having 4-mile space units to the north of that?
I think this was a good opportunity for us to test our 5 mile abilities. We have confidence we can do that here.
So was the answer you did not consider that?
We want have these earmarked as 5 mile locations to move forward with our operational plans and our progression.
Yeah, again, my question is when you're looking at this area to come up with a development plan, did you consider drilling 4-mile wells on the north side and then something unique in 22 and 23?
I mean, you could. We do that other places. You're right.
When you develop this area, is this going to be consecutive development?
Yes.
So you'll move a rig in and just kind of drill out the inventory in these space units?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, on your E1 in the full development plan, just want to clarify something. In 11 and 14, there's a kind of thinner blue line in there on basically between the red lines and the existing wellbore. What is that?
Yes. I believe that it's just showing the middle of the section.
So not planning to put a 2-mile wellbore in there?
No, not at this time.
So you end up with 3 wellbores, north-south orientation across 11 and 14.
Correct.
And the same up in 35 and 2.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, on the yellow box, the whatever it is that is at the 2400 acre spacing unit. How far away
Yes.
from the Montana border is that well bore? And then how far away from the eastern boundary of the yellow unit is that well?
We would plan to put this well within the usual setbacks. I don't have the specific setbacks at this time.
I guess when you were developing that plan, what was the reason for bringing in the west half of 35, 2, 11, 14, and 23 instead of just making that a 5-mile well in whatever it is, 34, 3, 10, 15, 22? Why did you include the west half of those eastern sections?
We feel that this will most effectively capture the resource.
Well, that doesn't change that would be the well bore capturing the resource, not necessarily the size of the unit that captures the resource. I guess the question was why is the west half of 35, 2, 11, 14, and 23 included in the yellow?
If I could interject here, there were some spacing units set up earlier, and because of the narrow sections along the Montana border, where the two sections, so if you look at 34 and 35, 2 and 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, they're roughly 1.5 miles wide. So we established, instead of 35 and 2 or 11, 14 as 1280s, we established two stand-up 960s, so that those lands are already included in the base spacing units.
Okay. And then when's the planned development for this area?
Mid 2027.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing no questions, that will conclude the hearing for case numbers 32998, 32999, and 33000. Next case on the docket is case number 33001. This is an application of Interplus Resources USA Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Muddy and our Good Luck Bakken pools to establish two overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 30 and 31, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 157 North, Range 101 West, and sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 157 North, Range 101 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Interplus Resources USA Corp. We'll be back to Taylor Roberts on land for this one, and then Ben Dotson and Katie Neighbors.
All right, just remind the witnesses they continue to be sworn. You may call your first witness.
All right, Taylor, take a look at L1 and identify those two 2560s you're requesting.
L1 regional locator map, purple box, being sections 30 and 31 of 158, 101, and sections 6 and 7 of 157, 101 West. The blue box being the southern 2560, being sections 18, 19, 30, and 31 of 157 North, 101 West.
And then looking at L2, what's your working interest in each of those spacing units?
Sure. The northern 2560 being the purple box, 62.9% working interest. The southern 2560 being the blue box, 56.5% working interest.
Okay, and then L3, you got a breakdown of the underlying base spacing units?
Exactly.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Roberts. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Taylor, we have some existing 1920s here. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I believe those were approved in late 24. We can terminate those 1920s. You're showing them as 1930 and 31 of 157, 101 and 6718 of 157, 101, correct?
You're correct. Do you know who established those?
Interplus did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hearing no additional questions, we may call your next witness.
All right, Ben Dotson and Ben, looking at G1, describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
So we're looking at this map shows an SSTVD depth upper Bakken structure map with 25-foot contour intervals. Overall, the structure is dipping to the southeast, and within the DSU, the depths range from negative 7,550 feet to 7,075 feet.
Okay. Move on to G2. Take us through the isopac map.
So this map is a middle Bakken isopac thickness map with 2-foot contour intervals. And looking at the map, you can see the overall thickness change is very subtle, and it's slightly thinning to the southwest. And within the described units, the thickness averages between 42 to 39 feet overall. And then the well that we'll use in the triple combo is located in the center to the right of the DSUs.
Sure. And then on G3, looking at that type log, just describe what you've shown there.
Yeah, so this is the Brevik 1.8, and it is the representative triple combo log for the area. This is the well that a lot of the geologic characteristics can be created off of, including the maps.
Sure. And I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, you can call your next witness.
All right, Katie Neighbors. And Katie, E1, how would you develop these two 2560s?
Yes, the red box outlining each 2560. So we're showing 3 proposed middle Bakken 4-mile wellbores in each, all drilled from the same pad in the northern part of section 18 on that southern DSU.
Okay, let's move on to E2. Summarize the reservoir data and then the economics.
Yes, on E2, the top table has combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks reservoir properties. Down below, you can see that for the 2560 acre spacing, we're anticipating 4-mile EURs of 530,000 barrels, an investment of $10.4 million, and expecting a rate of return of 30%.
Okay. And Katie, in your opinion, would establishment of the two 2560s to allow this development prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits in the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right, hearing no questions, that will conclude the hearing for case number 33001. Next case on the docket is case number 33003. This is an application of Interplus Resources USA Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Climax and or Strandall Bakken pools to establish 5 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 25 and 20 and 36, Township 158 North, Range 102 West, and sections 1 and 12, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, sections 26 and 35, Township 158 North, Range 102 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, Sections 27 and 34, Township 158 North, Range 102 West, and Sections 3 and 10, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, Sections 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, and Sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Venner Plus Resources USA Corp. And we'll have the same 3 witnesses, Taylor, Ben, and Katie, testify in this case as well.
All right, witnesses are continue to be under oath. You may call your first witness.
Taylor, let's look at L1. Can you identify each of the 52560s you're asking for?
Sure. Exhibit L1's our regional locator map. The green box requested 2560 in sections 27, 34 of 158 North, 102 West, and sections 3 and 10 of 157 North, 102 West. Purple box being sections 15, 22, 27, 34 of 157 North, 102 West. Orange box, sections 26 and 35 of 158 North, 102 West, and 2 and 11 of 157 North, 102 West. Blue box being sections 25 and 36 of 158 North, 102 West, and sections 1 and 12 of 157 North, 102 West. And then finally, black box being sections 13, 24, 25, 36 of 157 North, 102 West.
Okay. And then on L2, for those spacing units you identified, what's your working interest in those?
Sure. I'll do it by box color, just so I don't repeat all those sections again.
Yep.
Green box, approximately 42.52% working interest. Orange box, 53.85%. Blue box, 52.56%. Black box, 62.29%. And purple box, 73.01%.
Okay. And then on L3, that you've just put together a breakdown of the working interest in the underlying base spacing units?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then L4, just kind of tell us how this all kind of fits in with your other development.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right. Ben, let's look at G1. Describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
So this map shows an SSTV depth upper Bakken structure map with 25-foot contour intervals. The structure overall is dipping to the southeast. And within the overall DSU boxes, the depth ranges from negative 7,500 feet to negative 7975 feet thickness.
And then okay. G2 ISOPAC, just describe that briefly for us.
Yes, so this is our middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map with 2-foot contour intervals. It is thickening to the northeast overall, and within the DSUs, there is a thickness between 43 to 39 feet.
Okay. And then on G3, the type block shown on that map, just describe what's shown there.
Yeah, the Rossenman, which is to the west of the red box, is our triple combo well that's representative of the acreage, and all the geologic characteristics and maps are built off of it.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Right, hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Katie, let's look at E1 and take us through your proposed development plan for these 2560s.
Yeah, so the red boxes outline the 5 2560 acre spacing units. Each contain 3 4-mile middle Bakken wellbores. And then in the dotted lines represent plans for 3-mile wellbores that are spaced in a 1920 there. Each north-south pair is expected to be drilled from the same pad located in the northern part of the southernmost sections.
Okay.
The northern part is used.
Okay. And then E2, just summarize for us the reservoir data and then the economics.
Yes, so the top table summarizes the combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks reservoir properties. For 2560 acre spacing units, we're anticipating 4-mile EURs of 520,000 barrels each, an investment of $10.4 million, and a rate of return of 30%.
And Katie, in your opinion, would establishment of these 525/60s for that development prevent waste, protect railroad rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions that are for the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted and questions from staff. Hearing no questions, that will conclude today's hearing for case number 33003. Next case on the docket is case number 33004. This is an application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. For an order amending applicable orders for the South Fork Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 21, 22, 23, and 24 in Township 148 North, Range 93 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. And Mr. Examiner, we're going to have Ben Plank testify on land for this one, and then we'll still have Ben Dotson and Katie Neighbors on geology and engineering.
All right, doesn't look like Mr.
He hasn't testified yet.
Plank has testified yet. Yep. Sir, could you raise your right hand, please? I can't see. I assume he's in the conference room.
He should be in there. I can't see. Yep.
Sorry, I'm kind of towards the back.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right.
Ben, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Ben Plank. I'm employed by Enerplus Resources, which is a subsidiary of Cord Energy. I'm a landman for the North Dakota Fort Berthold Indian Reservation asset, and our address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, located in Houston, Texas 77002.
And Ben, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the requested spacing unit?
I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Plank be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Ben, let's look at L1. Can you identify the spacing unit you're requesting here?
Yeah, so Exhibit L1 is just a general regional locator map. Shows the area of the proposed 2560 overlapping spacing unit located in sections 21, 22, 23, and 24 of Township 148 North, Range 93 West, located on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation in Dunn County.
Okay. And let's move on to L2. If you can just take us through your working interest in the spacing unit.
Sure. So Exhibit L2 is a working interest summary slide. Shows the proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit outlined by the green dash line, which Enerplus has a 70.31% working interest. And then you can see the underlying base units to this proposed 2560. So starting with the shaded yellow unit, that's existing 1280, where Enerplus has a 50% working interest. And then the colored purple 1280, where Enerplus has a 90.63% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
All right, Ben Dotson. And Ben, let's look at G1. Describe the structure underlying this spacing unit.
So this map shows an SSTV depth upper Bakken structure map with 25-foot contours. Overall, the structure is dipping to the west, and within the DSU, the depth changes between negative 8,175 to negative 8,300 feet.
Okay. And then let's go through G2, your ISOPAC map.
G2 is the middle Bakken isopac thickness map with 2-foot contour intervals. Overall, this area is relatively level within the DSU. We're not seeing a lot of thickness change, and that thickness is 43 feet. And then the Pumpkin Well triple combo is just north of the DSU.
Okay. And then G3, you've got that type log for the Pumpkin Well. Just take us through that.
Yes, the Pumpkin Well is our triple combo for this area. It is representative of the geologic characteristics, and maps were created off of its data.
Okay, I have no further questions after the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, David Clark, next witness.
Katie Neighbors. And Katie, E1, walk us through how you develop this 2560.
Yes, so the red box outlines the proposed 2560 acre unit. We plan to drill 2 4-mile middle Bakken wells from a pad that's built to the east. And then also within that existing 1280 sections 23, 24, we plan to drill a 4-mile U-turn and a 2-mile middle Bakken location.
Okay. And then looking at E2, can you summarize the reservoir data and then the economics?
Yes, so the table up top summarizes the combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks reservoir properties. You can see we're anticipating a 4-mile EUR of 1,058 MBO, an investment of $12.4 million, yields a rate of return of 73%.
Okay, and Katie, what establishment of the 2560 to allow for your described development, prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions after the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions, that will conclude the hearing for case number 33004. Next case on the docket is case number 33005. This is an application. I'll have to mute that.
Hey, Daryl, can you mute yourself for the moment?
Yes, okay. Just one standby.
Thank you.
Hope he's not driving. Yeah. This is an application of Springline Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Indian Hill and or 8-mile Madison pools to establish a 2560 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 34 and 35 in Township 153 North, Range 102 West, and sections 5 and 6, Township 152 North, Range 102 West, in McKinsey and Williams, North Dakota County, McKinsey and Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Springline Operating LLC. Mr. Examiner, have 2 witnesses for this case, Rich Whittington and Daryl McKenna, and it looks like they're both on now.
All right, Mr. Whittington. You raise your right hand, please.
Rich, it looks like you're muted. Can you hear us, Rich?
Can you see us?
Rich, you're on mute.
Can you hear us at all, Rich? Daryl, can you like text or call Rich and see?
Yeah,
if...
I'll text him right away here.
Rich, can you hear us? I can hear you now. Can you hear me? We can't.
Okay,
can you turn up your volume or something?
Yeah.
You're trying to call in? Yeah. Okay.
Now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I asked teams to call me and they didn't go. Didn't work.
All right.
Sorry
Mr.
about that.
Whittington, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Rich, can I have you state your name for the record, then tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and provide your business address?
Richard Whittington, 1690 South Washington Street, Denver, Colorado, 80210. I'm a consulting geologist for Springline Operating.
Okay. And Rich, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And did you have your qualifications received as an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with the land and geology issues that are associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Whittington be received as an expert in this case.
Your motion is granted.
Okay. And Rich, let's start with your first exhibit, L1. Can you first identify the spacing unit you're asking for, and then just kind of describe what you've got shown on that map?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map of non-Bakken pool wells. The requested spacing unit is shown in the red outline. It's just to the east of the North Dakota-Montana state line, which is shown on the left-hand side of the photo. The status of the wells are shown by color. Green is producing wells, red have been plugged and abandoned. And the spacing unit overlaps Williams and McKenzie County border.
Sure. Then let's move on to next exhibit 2. Kind of focus in a little bit more on the area in question and take us through that exhibit.
Yes, sir. Exhibit L2 is an activity map showing all wells within the area. The wells operated by Springline are shown in red. Cord operated wells are shown in purple, and the underlying Bakken wells are the long horizontals. The short horizontals that are shown as by Springline are within the Madison group, targeting the Ratcliffe and Nesson reservoirs.
Sure. And then moving on to exhibit 3, just kind of walks through your working interest.
L3 is the Springline operating working interest map. And starting in the northeast quarter, this is the Schmitz unit. They have 75% working interest within that unit. That existing well is currently targeting the Nesson. The moving to counterclockwise, the purple well is a cord operated Bakken well, that long lateral, and then the short laterals shown offsetting that. We're targeting the Nesson and Ratcliffe, but we're not productive based upon their early time results. And then down to the southwest, this is the IVA unit. Springline currently has 95% working interest in that unit. And then to the southeast, section 5, they have 0% working interest. All told, Springline's working interest is shown at 42.5%. Others represent almost 58%, and potential partners, Cord, Kraken, Armstrong, XTO, Northern, all have working interest within the underlying Bakken units.
Sure. Let's shift into the geology exhibits then, starting with G1 and that type log. Kind of walk us through, show us what you've got on the type log and kind of what your target would be for this well.
Yes, sir. Exhibit G1 is the Ratcliffe Nesson type log from the IVA 16H. The base of the salt is shown at the top of the type log, and then you have the Ratcliffe, which is productive in the area, followed by the Midale, then the Nesson. The primary Nesson target is shown in yellow, and then at the base of the Nesson, you have the Buell, and the type log is within the spacing unit.
Okay. And then let's move on to G2 and just kind of walk us through the structure map.
G2 is a structure map on the Ratcliffe. Contour intervals are 20 feet. Again, the proposed spacing unit is shown in red, the proposed horizontal. Targeting the county line essentially is going from east to west. Springline would be using the existing pad. To minimize surface disturbances, the structure is becoming shallow as you move from east to west, and we're at approximately 6,940 feet subsea.
Okay. So you'd be proposing to drill this horizontal lateral off of that existing Springline pad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's move on then to G3 and walk us through that cross-section exhibit.
G3 is a Ratcliffe Nesson cross section. It's flattened on the Ratcliffe. The Ratcliffe thickens from east to west. The Nesson, noted below the Ratcliffe, is showing consistent thickness across the area. And the A to A prime is shown in the inset map from west to east.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Whittington at this time. I would offer the land and geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Rich, I'm going to start with your G2 or G3, I guess, the cross section. I'm going to ask that gets submitted digitally. The printout version will be illegible by the time it's scanned into our case files.
Yes, sir, I can do that.
And can you confirm your intent? Which of the formations are you planning to target with the horizontal lateral you're proposing?
The Nesson. So going back up to G1, the yellow interval directly beneath the top of the Nesson has the best productivity in the area and the best reservoir properties.
Okay, and then the existing Madison laterals in the area. I just want to walk through them again. The one on section 6 in the southwest corner of your proposed spacing unit, which interval is that targeting?
That's currently targeting the Nesson.
And to the north of those, or to north of that, the two that were non-productive up in 34, what were they targeting?
They were targeting the Nesson.
Both of them? Or both legs of that?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, sir.
And they didn't produce anything from the Madison, or did they?
They did not. No, they did not produce anything. And Oasis quickly went and drilled the Bakken well that's shown as the long horizontal in the 1280.
Okay. And then the short leg, I guess to the east of those, that was also a Nesson target?
Yes. And part of the strategy behind this long horizontal development is to take advantage of the shoal facies of the Nesson. Productivity comes and goes over relatively short distances, and we don't feel that the existing wells have properly drained the Nesson. And if we're going to drill a short horizontal in the south half of section 34 in the Schmitz unit, then it's best to drill a longer lateral to try and intersect more reservoir.
Is the plan to put it essentially down the section line as you have it depicted on L3?
Yes, sir. Yep. And when Springline, previously known as Sampson, was operating Foreman Butte, there was discussion internally of trying to take advantage of undrained reservoirs within the Ratcliffe Nesson in between existing producers of short laterals, taking advantage of the fact that they were unlikely draining all of the reservoir between the laterals.
So this is kind of proposed as an overlapping, well, was it
2560?
Yeah, it wasn't advertised as an overlapping 2560, but you are overlapping some smaller spacing units. Typically, we wouldn't do the overlapping spacing unit where we didn't have production from the underlying base spacing units. You wouldn't, well, let me ask it this way. That existing, the lateral that you plan to drill, you wouldn't anticipate it actually draining from, say, the south half of 5 or the north half of 34, would you?
No, we would not. And I think that it's unlikely to, these resources are unlikely to be operated by or developed by other operators in a timely fashion.
You discussed a little bit on the shoaling of the Nesson in the area. I'm assuming you have some mapping that you've developed for where you think that shoal comes and goes.
There's not enough data to line that out based upon the vertical control that we've got in the area.
If the commission were to determine that 2,560 acres was too much to include for too many acres to include for this wellbore well path, and we cut that back, but still included the section line that you're looking at, and I guess would that be sufficient?
Yes,
well,
an overlapping 1280. Is that what you're thinking?
Potentially, I'm not sure. We have to discuss it, but it may end up being larger. But
yeah, I was modeling this request off of the 2560 Bakken lease line wells. I would think Springline would be open to the 1280.
Okay, thank you.
And just additionally, going back to some of the cord ID or the cord wells, technology has improved dramatically since these wells were drilled in the early 2000s. And drilling technology is better targeting, our ability to put tools down hole and get a better understanding of where we are. We have the underlying Bakken wells to help us control and understand the structure, taking the horizontal geosteering reports and applying that interpreted structure up. So I think that we've seen successful recent development. If we go back up to L1, the Mercury Resources is over by the western portion of the state, and they drilled the John Baptiste well as an overlapping 1280. And the results from that well were dramatically better than the offset wells. And I think that's an analog for what we can do here in developing the Ratcliffe and Nesson, or the Nesson specifically here, by using all of our modern techniques and then applying that to this opportunity. The resource is there because the IVA has produced over 400,000 barrels, and it's a proven producer, and we've seen productivity out of the Schmitz.
Any additional questions?
When do you plan to develop this well?
That's a question for Daryl.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be on our docket for 2026.
Hey, Daryl, let's just wait till we get you sworn in and kind of go through everything, then you can answer it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, it doesn't sound like we have any more questions for Mr. Whittington. You want to call him? Oh, actually, I'll just swear, Mr. McKenna. You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true to and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Daryl, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give your business address?
Okay, first of all, business address is 208 Harbor Drive, Suite 204, Stamford, Connecticut. My background is petroleum engineering, 45 years as an engineer. Most of my career is with Mobil, 20 years with Mobil, 8 years with Hess. I used to have the drilling and completion group for the Bakken area. I had worldwide drilling and completions. Was a chief operating officer for Cosmos Energy. And then I've done 2 or 3 small companies like Springline Operating through the past few years. I'm a operations field manager for the current existing Springline wells in both North Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming.
And engineer?
Engineer by degree, correct.
Okay. And Daryl, you previously testified before this commission in the past?
Yes, but it's been several years.
Sure.
Two and a half years.
Sure. And have you familiarized yourself with the engineering matters that are associated with the spacing unit that's being requested today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I move the testimony of Mr. McKenna be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
All right. And then, Daryl, I guess before we get into your exhibit, you were answering the question with respect to kind of development timing. You can go ahead and touch on that again.
Okay, thank you. Yes, our objective is to drill by year end 2026 for this location.
Okay. And then now let's go ahead. If you've got your exhibit E1, can you just walk us through, summarize the reservoir data for us, and then what the economics would look like?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, first of all, oil gravity 35 degree, porosity expectations is 11%. With permeability 1.3. Our economics indicate 305,000 ultimate recovery. Our current estimate for drilling the sidetrack is 3.5 million, and based on our operating costs and net royalties, etc., we see rate of return of 26%, payout of 38 months. Projected life of the field the well, the Nesson well, again, is 20-year life, return on investment 2.7. As Rich said, it's off an existing site that has a well bore that's in a temporary abandonment status right now. Or we have submitted a sundry for a temporary, with the intention of temporary abandonment. There's a complete battery and surface facilities in place. We are
Daryl, you froze. I think we lost you. Rich, can you get a hold of him and try to get him to reconnect?
I don't know that we have any questions, do we? I don't know that we have any questions, so do you have any, Nathan?
You guys are okay with what he's put together so far? Okay. Rich, commission staff is good with what he's presented to this point and don't have any further questions, so I think we're okay. And Mr. Examiner, I'd offer the engineering exhibit that Daryl had testified to.
All right, the exhibit is admitted. Anything else? Any additional questions from staff or anything on this case? All right. Anything else, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing for case number 33005.
No, I think we can get one more in. Okay.
Next on the docket is case number 33006. This is an application of Moonracer Resources LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Dry Creek Madison Pool, Renville County, North Dakota, to one, extend the field outline to include the south half, the southwest quarter of section 9, and the northwest quarter of section 16, township 160 north, range 84 west. 2, establish a 480-acre spacing unit in the Dry Creek Madison Pool, consisting of the south half of the southeast quarter of section 8, the south half of the southwest quarter of section 9, northwest quarter of section 16, and northeast quarter of section 17, township 160 north, range 84 west, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Moonracer Resources LLC. 2 witnesses for this case, Michael Madison and Ralph Nelms, and they're both present on the screen there.
All right. Why don't you both raise your right hand? I'll just swear you at the same time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury and testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right. We call your first witness.
Okay, Michael Madison will be the first witness. And Michael, have you state your name for the record, then tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity and give your business address.
Michael Madison, working for Moonracer Resources as a geologist and a managing member. The address is 8275 East 11th Avenue, PO Box 202644, Denver, Colorado 80220.
And Michael, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And with respect to this spacing unit, are you familiar with the land matters as well as the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Madison be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right, let's start with Exhibit 1, Mike, and can you just describe the spacing unit you're asking for and your working interest?
Yes. Exhibit 1, we got a location map here showing the location of the 480-acre unit in Renville County, 160 north, 84 west. What we're looking to do is add in a portion of section 9 and 16 into Dry Creek and form this 480 acre unit. It's also noted here, Moonracer what we currently hold as far as leasehold and what's pending, and then listing the top other leasehold interest owners in this proposed 480. The rest being below 4%, so they're not listed.
Sure. Let's move on to Exhibit 2 then. Just take us through the structure and the line spacing unit.
Okay, so Exhibit 2 is a structure map on the State A marker in the Madison Formation on a 20-foot contour interval. You can see 8A prime, which is a stratigraphic type section for our spacing unit. You also see the offset other fields around the area with dip generally moving to up dip to the northeast of our location.
Okay. And then let's move on to Exhibit 3, that cross section that you identified on the map. Just walk us through the cross section of the target.
So Exhibit 3 is showing the stratigraphic type section that I noted on Exhibit 2. The green highlight is showing the lower blue L, which is our target for development within this DSU. We also notice the upper blue L anhydrite, and then some other anhydrite below in the Sherwood below that, creating seals above and below the reservoir.
Okay. And Mike, as you mentioned, the I guess the south half, northeast quarter of 8, and northeast of 17 are currently in Dry Creek, but you're seeking to extend the field boundaries and to pick up the south half, southwest of 9, and northwest of 16. In your opinion, would the Madison pool that you're seeking to develop in the 9 and 16 lands be part of the same common source of supply as currently within the existing Dry Creek Madison pool?
Yes. Okay. The up dip anhydrite trap should be beyond that up dip to the northeast.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 4 and kind of walk us through what your plan is for developing the 4.
Okay. So exhibit 4 is showing a zoom in of the proposed spacing unit along with the 2 proposed wells. Should be 3,300 foot laterals starting in section 17 and drilling up dip towards the stratigraphic trap in the reservoir. You can see the 2 low producing vertical wells, the west side of the unit. And then drilling towards the end, we have confidence that there is still a reservoir at the toes of the wells due to numerous, and the one pointed there, but there's others along the trend that show meaningful oil shows near the toes of these wells that didn't produce at economic rates in vertical wells, but we're looking to tie in more reservoir with the horizontals.
Sure.
And you can see the pads. The pads on here are shown as 250 by 250 foot pads. We kept separate pads just to keep things simple because we're 5,000 feet TDE, actually a little less than that. And these are going to be long-lived wells on rod lip, so we're just trying to keep everything as simple directionally as possible for rod wear purposes and those kind of things.
Sure. And I don't have any further questions for Mr. Madison at this time, and I would offer exhibits 1 through 4.
One last thing to note was our hopeful development is in beginning of Q4 this year. So whatever we can do for expedited orders would be great.
Sure. Yeah.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Michael, the existing wells that you used in the cross section, did those wells produce from the Madison?
Did they produce from the Madison?
That's my question. Yes, they did. And what interval did they produce from?
They produced from the Blue Well in Sherwood, and that plays sort of into this whole story because And while they've been on production for, well, the McLean's been on since the late 70s, and the SE1's been on since 2006. They've just been very, very low rates with a very steady decline over a very long period of time, suggesting, you know, a very low permeability reservoir that's been poorly drained.
Okay, but they're productive out of both the Blue Well and the Sherwood in both.
In this area, it's a little strange. They're perforated in what I would call the lower Blue L, but the shoreline in this particular spot, there's a commingling between the upper Sherwood and the lower Blue L, stratigraphically speaking. But I'd say the perforations are in the lower Blue L. To go back to they're in these zones here. The higher porosity zones near the top of the lower Blue Well.
And your intent is to drill both of these wells at the same time? Or
yes,
back to back?
One after the other. Yeah, back to back, correct.
And I think you mentioned it when you were discussing Exhibit 4, but you indicated you're drilling towards, did you say a pinch out or
the facies within the lower Blue Well will transition to an anhydrite as you move up dip to the northeast of the area. Somewhere beyond the bottom holes of those wells, we're imagining a gradual pinch out followed by a hard seal up dip of the unit.
But right now you're anticipating that to be beyond the toes that you have depicted?
Yes, beyond or thereabouts. We have some vertical control out there. In fact, that Iverson #1, the reason it's not on my stratigraphic cross section is because it doesn't have a very representative log suite, but it does have a core, and there was saturation, and there was a DST that produced oil at the toe of that well.
Okay, thank you.
Michael, do you know what your footages are for your surface and bottom hole locations?
Footages, we're in the process of getting this surveyed soon. I have flat longs for them, but I don't have, I guess we could get an approximate footage to you if that's something that you'd like at this moment. You can see it on the quarter map here.
Yeah, if you would submit the approximate footages for the surface and bottom hole location.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
Okay, Ralph Nelms.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good.
All right. Ralph, can I have you state your name for the record, then tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give a business address?
My name is Ralph Nelms. I'm an independent consultant, petroleum engineer, and I'm employed currently on this area spacing application by Numerous Resources. My address is 5305 Orchard Street, Golden, Colorado 80403.
And Ralph, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, many times.
Okay. And were your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
All right. And are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with the requested spacing unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Nelms be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right. Ralph, let's look at your exhibit number 5, and if you could just summarize for us the reservoir data and then go through the economics.
You bet. Okay, so basically, our reservoir in the Blue Well is about 33 feet thick, porosity about 11%, permeability about 1 millidarcy, water saturation is 52%, and we have a bottom hole pressure of about 2078. The exhibit also shows how we plan to complete the well, and it'll be open hole. We'll drill it with salt based water and salt based mud, and we anticipate recovery of 426,000 barrels of oil from both of the horizontal laterals. The two horizontal laterals are approximately 3,300 feet in length. And I'll discuss very briefly how we arrived at those EUR values. There's two wells that we're using as analogy wells. In the northwest corner of the spacing unit is a well called an SEO1. In the southwest corner is another analogy well called the McLean number 1. We used those two vertical wells as our analogy wells, and we built a numerical simulation model doing a history match to the SEO1, and then based on that numerical simulation history match of the actual oil production, I used the numerical model to predict the recovery of oil from the two horizontal wells. It's kind of a unique situation because the wells don't produce any gas. The SEO1, which is in the northwest corner, was completed in 1978. I'm sorry, that was in Clay well. The SEO1 well in the northwest corner was completed in 2007. It's made about 63,000 barrels of oil and only 8,000 barrels of water. And it might be at about 133 barrels per day, but what is unique about the production of this well is that it's been producing about 8 to 10 barrels a day of oil, and about 10 barrels of water per day, almost flat for 20 years. Same situation on the McLean well, which is in the southwest corner, also completed in the well. It's produced about 110,000 barrels of oil and about 130,000 barrels of water. It still produces at a rate of about 5 barrels a day and 6 barrels of water per day flat. It's been doing this for 48 years. So what we're seeing here is that there's very low gas production. They don't report any gas production. So there's a very limited solution gas drive. And the reason these wells are flat is there's a strong down dip water influx. So we anticipate the same sort of well performance in our numerical model. And what I did when I built the numerical model is kind of go ahead and predict what the reserves would be for those two laterals. The numerical model predicted about 280,000 barrels per well. But because there's so much heterogeneity in this reservoir, because of the difference between these two analogy wells, we used a 75% risk factor to account for the heterogeneity. When we did that, the economics were run at an initial rate of 150 barrels per day, and the risk recovery reserves were 213,000 barrels. Capital investment was $2.5 million per well. We used an operating cost of $5,000 a month. The royalty in economics was 20%. We assumed a 60% flat oil price. Based on those economics, we've got a 20% rate of return. Payout is about 49 months, and project life is 42 years. The undiscounted rate of return on investment is 2. So that's the flip side of everything. And if you got any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, Rolf, just based on your analysis, then, in your opinion, would establishment of this 480 acre spacing unit to allow that development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
That is correct. It would prevent waste. It would correct relative rights, as it will prevent the drilling of additional wells. This will recover about the initial oil in place on that 480 acre is about 5.6 million barrels. And with the recovery from the two wells at 426,000 barrels, that's a recovery factor of about 8% in that reservoir.
Sure. Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Nelms. I'd offer Exhibit 5.
Exhibit is admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions, that will conclude today's hearing for case number 33006, and we will I'll go off the record for lunch. Come back in an hour.
Thank you.
Council, are we back on? Okay, we're back on the record for case number 33006. Are you able to supplement the record on this?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that August 5th would be sufficient for this. I'll communicate with Mike Madison, and if for some reason he can't get it within, then I'll let you know. But I would think that August 5th would be enough time.
Okay, and you know what you need to do for supplement?
Yeah, just surface bottom, whole location, footages.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Now we will reclose the hearing on case number 33006 and go off the record. Be back at 1:40. All right, we'll go back on the record. Again, my name is Matthew Sagsmean. I'm a hearing officer for Department of Mineral Resources hearings today in the Department of Mineral Resources Oil and Gas Division office. Next case on the docket, well, it is 1:42 p.m. Next case on the docket is case number 33007. This is an application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order establishing a 160-acre drilling unit consisting of the northwest quarter of Section 3, Township 146 North, Range 99 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and allowing the Grizzly 146-99-3310-14H well, file number 23260, located approximately 500 feet from the north line and 1,440 feet from the west line of said Section 3 to be recompleted as a vertical well to produce from the Tyler Pool, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Foundation Energy Management LLC. I have three witnesses for this case: Joseph Schutz, Kenny Daniel, and Daniel Williams.
All right, Mr. Schutz, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, Joseph, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, I'm Joseph Schutz, and I'm a landman over at Foundation Energy Management. We're located at 5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas, 75001.
And Joseph, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Can I have you just give us your educational background and then relevant work experience as a lineman?
Yes, I went to Louisiana State University, got a bachelor's in business management. And prior to my time at Foundation, I worked for a land service company called Beacon Land Management. With experience across various states, including Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, Louisiana, and North Dakota.
And Joseph, are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with the request to establish the 160-acre drilling unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Schutz be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right, Joseph, let's look at your Exhibit L1. Can you identify the 160-acre drilling unit you're requesting?
Yes, sir. So on Exhibit L1, it's our regional location map. We can see the blue rectangular box around sections 3 and 10. That is Township 146, Range 99 West, where we have an existing 1280 spacing unit with two wells, being our Grizzly 13 and 14, both operated by us. This is in McKenzie County. The red box is our proposed 160 spacing unit. That's going to be in our northwest quarter of Section 3. And the green stars are current pads over those two Grizzly wells.
Okay. Let's move on then. L2, just take us through working interest in the 160.
Perfect. Yeah, so this just moves more zoomed in land plat. And for that 160, we are going to be 50% working interest, and the other 50% will be Evolution Petroleum Corporation.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions for Mr. Schutz that are for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, we declare next witness.
Okay. Kenny Daniel is the next witness.
Mr. Daniel, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Can I have you state your name for the record, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Kenneth Daniel. I'm a geologist with Foundation Energy Management. Our address is 5057 Keller Springs Road, Addison, Texas, 75001.
And have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes,
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the geology matters associated with the requested drilling unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Daniel be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right, Kenny, let's start with G1. Just kind of walk us through the structure map that you've got there.
Okay, this is a structure map on, I call it the Otter marker structure, and it's probably about the top of the Kibbe Formation in the Mississippi interval, and right below the Pennsylvania section of the rock. On this map, it's a contour of 10-foot contour interval. The reds and kind of purpley color, those are the structural highs, and the greens, generally the lows. And so you can see the location of the Grizzly 14 surface location. It's highlighted by a green star. And then the green circles are wells that were perforated and or had production in the Tyler interval. You can see the dark blue, that's the Grizzly Bakken unit. And then the proposed 160 acre unit for the Tyler Formation in the Northwest Corridor, Section 3. You'll see a cross section A to A prime running from southwest to northeast, basically going between the two productive wells, and also tying in the Grizzly well. The contour, basically what you see on this map, you'll see a little bit of a structural high to the southwest of our location, then also to the east where you'll see the kind of anticlinal feature that runs north-south. We are located basically kind of on the flank of a little bit of a nose that's running kind of, west to east overall. And then you'll see where I've kind of highlighted, we're going to have a type well, that's an open hole log. On the Grizzly, when that was drilled by Kodiak back in 2012, they got an exception to not run open hole logs. So all we have on that is a cased hole log. But I'll show you the correlation. So, and that's all I have on that map.
Sure. Let's go ahead and move on to the cross section you have shown on G2.
Okay, so this is cross section A to A prime, and you can see my datum is the Otter Formation. It's basically coming into carbonate. You have section above at the Tyler interval, which is kind of a mix of, I think, carbonaceous shells, some limestones, just kind of a mixed bag. There's a little bit of sand here and there. And generally on the open hole logs, what I'll show in track 1 is going to be the gamma ray. It's color filled, darker blues or cleaner. There is a red dotted line, and that's the caliper curve. And so you can kind of see as you kind of go through these little hot shell intervals, and I have those labeled as hot gamma ray A, B, and C, and then kind of an Alaskan bench. And then there's also an Alaskan bench marker up here, which is little limestone. It's overlaying informally over the big snowy formation in the Mississippi section. These wells here, right? So if we go to the southwest well, you can see where they had perforated. This well was originally completed as a Madison producer, and then they came back at a later date and perforated within the Tyler interval. It's cummed 15.1 thousand barrels, 862 million, and 43,000 barrels of water. The only kind of stimulation they did on that was an acid job, and you can see the production profile on the decline curve. And then the Grizzly number 14 well, which all we have as far as logs go is cased hole logs. So you can see the gamma ray, casing color locator, and then the amplitudes that see the CN. And then also, this is about 13 miles or so to the northwest. And this well was drilled, and it was originally completed basically over this hot shell interval right here, what I would call hot gamma ray B. And then you can see the production profile here. So it came on probably, I think, 70, 80 barrels a day, dropped off, and then it was inactive for a while. Then they came back in and they added the lower perforations sitting right in here. They produced it naturally, really basically with acid only. And then they produced it and then They came in at a later date and performed a frac on it, fracture stimulation, and you can see the bucket production. And that well is inactive. The Grassy Butte 21X, 21F, that is still an active well. And you can see my proposed perfs right here in the Tyler Formation. It's basically kind of keying off with the hot gamma ray shells I see, and then basically track 1's gamma ray, track 2's resistivity, track 3 is the neutron density where available. Anything greater than 8% on the density log is color filled green. So you can see as you come through the Tyler interval, generally you have a lot of washout. The scale is 0.3 to minus 0.1 on a limestone matrix. As you come over here, you can see where you have all these little pay flags over here. So when you get into, something that's less than 20 millivolts, it's highlighted in an orange. And then when it's less than 10 millivolts, it's highlighted in the green pay flag. And then basically the same thing over here. And I kind of look at it using like a PASI delta log R, just to kind of look for potential, hydrocarbon indicators, or TOC present in the section. And you can see where you get the separation between the resistivity in red, gamma rays in the green, and then over here, the neutron is in green, resistivity is in red. So I kind of look at the separation between these two curves. And I basically have those two curves overlined in a lean shell. And for you to get a lean shell in this interval here, you're kind of going out way up into the Cretaceous age rock. But it's just kind of a good pay flag indicator, or potential pay flag indicator, let's put it that way. And then as you kind of go to the key type log, it's the well that's located to the southwest of us. I think it's about 1.5 miles away. They have open hole logs here, and basically you can see the Pennsylvania interval here. Then we kind of go into the Mississippian section. This is stratigraphic cross section flattened on top of the Otter marker here. Once again, this well came about 15,000 barrels of oil, still active. And once again, you see a gamma ray caliper, resistivity, and then it's the color field where the higher resistivity is in red, lower colors are kind of in the purples. Neutron density, and then where it's greater than the density process, greater than 8%, that's highlighted in green. And then once again, kind of my PASI delta log R scale here. You can see what I would call the Tyler Formation. It's basically where you start seeing, you come in the base of this Alaskan bench here. And you also see kind of the washout in the gamma ray neutron, in the neutron density and density porosity curves.
Okay.
And you can see where they had perforated, right? So basically in this hot gamma ray C, hot gamma ray B, and hot gamma ray A. And then if we go to the next exhibit, G4, this is the interval over the existing well, the Grizzly 14. Originally it was completed in the Middle Bakken, and it was drilled back in late 2012, and then it was completed early 2013. Early completion style on the Bakken, and it was still active until recently. But we had a casing collapse in the last salt, and we couldn't get, really couldn't get down to the Middle Bakken to produce it effectively. And then I'll let Daniel talk about that if he needs to later. But you can see where the Tyler Formation is once again, and that's based on correlation with the offsetting wells. You really have a good correlation with the gamma ray, where you'll kind of see the top of the Otter, and then this is the Otter marker, and this was a great marker in the area. So that's what the structure map was on. You can see the proposed perfs here. We're going to try to stay away from the casing collars, which are highlighted, by this casing collar log. And then you can see our amplitude maps here. And anything less than 10 is highlighted in green on the pay flag. Anything highlighted in, less than 20 millivolts is highlighted in orange. So you can see that we have pretty decent coverage here. And one thing I want to mention out too is, so this is a directionally drilled well. So the two survey points that were taken in this well was at 8,500 feet, which sits in here, and also at 8,594. And you can see that the middle Bakken, it had cummed 151,000 barrels of oil and 259 million cubic feet of gas, 376,000 barrels of water. And then just kind of looking at the cement bond log here. This is a header, ran by Pure Energy. Here's kind of the raster image or paper image. On the log, they're estimating cement top at 2,940 feet. You can see our proposed perfs here, 8511 to 8520, 8538 to 8544, 8552 to 8577. And once again, it's, to basically stay away from the casing collars right here. Then to go to the next slide, this was the directional survey. So this is actually coming from the NDIC website. You can see, and I basically took it kind of over the Tyler interval, just kind of snagged it. So the survey depths are at 8406 to 8688. Our key deals in the Tyler of 85 to 8594. And then if you look at, you can see that the inclination, pretty vertical at this point. And then if you look at kind of the east-west and north-south offsets, basically our perforation would be about 475 to 476 feet from the north line, and about 1471 from the west line of section 3. And then I'll let Daniel kind of speak about the existing well bore, basically where we had casing collapse. Here's the top. Here's the top of the last salt.
Kenny, are you going to cover this one, or is Daniel?
Daniel is. I just kind of highlighting the log there.
Okay, sure.
I'll turn it over to Daniel.
Yeah. So, Mr. Examiner, I don't have any additional questions, but I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Wade, was this noticed as an exception location?
No, it was establishing. We asked to establish 160 drilling unit.
Yeah, but the drilling unit has a 500-foot setback.
We would need to get an exception, based on the directional survey, because we're 25 feet off of a legal limit. So I'm trying to think, if we go back to, if I had a zoomed in copy, but basically, yeah, we basically, when this well was drilled, it had a little bit of a slightly north backfill, and then drill horizontal.
So, Kent, when do you plan to perforate?
Daniel, that might be, we got to get the approval from our management team but get it in the works. I would think that we'd hope to do it in the latter part of this year.
Okay, so there'll be time to get the exception location.
I guess.
Yeah.
To docket that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have to docket it for an exception. You can just incorporate the record from this case.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Kenneth, just bear with me for a sec while the well you have marked on as A prime on your cross section. That's the JBP haystack, right? The easternmost well in that
yes,
cross
I'm
section?
sorry, I was muted. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's kind of on the northern edge of what, the Little Knife Anticline? Is that what I'm
Correct.
seeing on your
Yeah,
structure?
right here.
Yeah.
Correct.
Are these so on your G1 you've got the green dots that indicate Tyler production, and those are the only Tyler producers in the general area?
That's correct. Kind of looking, I mean, there are some couple of DSTs through the interval, but looking at production itself, these are the two that popped up, when I ran my flag in Petra.
Okay.
There was a well down here that they had perforated. They called it Tyler, but if you were to look at the interval, it actually sits kind of. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but basically it sits above what I would call the Tyler. In here, and so the thing I noticed about so it would basically kind of be perforated in an interval up here. So those two wells that are on the map, those are the wells that completed and produced in a similar stratigraphic position as what we're proposing.
Okay. Those wells, I know you had some indications on the strat column that they acidized. That was the other one, that easternmost well, you did report or did indicate that they did frack that well, right?
That is correct. So if you look at the cross section, right? So the initial production, just probably initial acidize and came down. You can see the decline curve inactive for several years. And I'm sorry, it's hard to see the scales on this PowerPoint. But and then they came in, and so here's the upper perfs right here. It's basically covering what I would call my hot gamma ray B. You have the caliper, which is what we see in both wells, and good correlation with the gamma ray monitors. And then they came in at a later date and added basically from here down. They acidized it, and it produced pretty flat for a while. And then, so it produced flat for basically, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 years, maybe 5 to 6 years. And then they came in and they fracked that well. And you could see the jump in production.
Are you familiar with how they fracked that well? I mean,
I am. I mean, I'd have to go dig up another exhibit and I can provide that to you guys, or I can pull it up now if you wanna look at it.
no, I'm just wanting to ask a couple questions here on how you plan to complete your proposed Tyler perfs.
Well, one thing in the procedure, what we're gonna do is we're gonna perforate it, acidize it, swab, and see what kind of injury we had. And if there was indication that we did have some hydrocarbons, we would probably design a stimulation for it, fracture simulation. And, one of the things about the structure map too, and this is something that I am aware of, even the well down here, it's kind of on a 4-way closure on a 10-foot structure map. And obviously the Little Knife Anticline, you can kind of see that. That's basically flow structure, kind of trending north-south there. So although this guy, on the structure map, he's kind of on the flank of the structure, but he is on a general structural trend. We are on the flank. I mean, although there's kind of a little bit of nosing, coming off of that. So, the key is, do you have to have a structural 4-way closure for this reservoir to produce, or can you produce it in somewhat of a structurally ideal? There's a lot of ideas I have with the Tyler. Most of the production down in say Southern Billings and Golden Valley, it's more from a sandstone. Well, when you get into the basin, you tend to lose your sand for the most part. You get into a lot of these kind of organic shells and And you can see that I mean the pattern generally will carry like this gamma ray A, gamma ray B. They seem to be a little bit more persistent than even the gamma ray C up here, but they correlate in a wide area. In this area, they're in really McKenzie and Northern Billings and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
yeah, I mean I was gonna just say obviously the Grizzly 14, it's a Middle Bakken well. The offsetting horizontal well is a Three Forks well. Both were early completion styles. They weren't stimulated correctly, and obviously where we had the casing collapse in the salt, we can't really test the Madison formation or anything like that. So we needed to kind of look up hole and see. And there's this idea with the timer that I've had. So I thought this would be a great test for a well bore that, if we were, if the timer doesn't work, at some point we'll probably have to re-drill some Middle Bakken wells. Because this is a good area. There's been some other operators and activity, just to the east of us. Then kind of the new completion style looks encouraging.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Hearing no further questions for this witness, we call our next witness.
Daniel Williams.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury, the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Daniel, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Daniel Williams. I'm with Foundation Energy. I'm the superintendent for the Rockies region, and I do a lot of the engineering work for the region too. I graduated from University of Wyoming with a Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering, and I worked for the business address is the same as the other guys. It's 5057 Keller Springs Road, Addison, Texas, 75001.
Sure. And then you said you've got prior petroleum engineering related experience?
Yeah, so I've worked for Foundation for 2 years, and then prior to that, I worked for Champion X.
Sure. And Dan, you've been involved and will be continue to be involved in the recompletion of this Grizzly 14H from Bakken well to the Tyler well, or Tyler.
Yep.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Williams be received as that of an expert.
Granted.
And Daniel, let's look at E1. Can you just kind of walk us through what you're looking to do with the 14H well on that recompletion?
Yeah, for sure. So basically, kind of like what Kenny said, right now that collapse is at 96.30. That's where the casing collapse is in that well bore. So that happened in around 2017 when it was under a different operator. They tried to release their tack, and they couldn't get it released. And then they did a wireline free point and figured out they weren't actually stuck at the tack. They were stuck about 1,000 foot above it. And then they attempted to get it out of the hole by rotating on it with a power swivel and pumping, and they had no luck getting it out. So they ran a production string above it. And then it produced like that for up until kind of the beginning of this year. And then like Kenny said, it went no production, and we attempted to see if it was some sort of salt or scale blocking us off, and then we actually did another workover to see if we could potentially try to get through that tubing, and the tubing collapse came up the casing collapse
is even was even higher than where it was stuck in the wireline free point initially. So that interval or zone to the Bakken is basically closed off right now, and that's the reason we're trying to recomplete into the Tyler.
Sure. Let's move on to E2 then. And I don't need to kind of read off every step in that procedure, but just generally kind of describe for us what what it would look like, your reentry, and then perf for eventual production of the Tyler.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty simple procedure. We're just gonna basically pull out the tubing that's in the hole right now, and then run in with a cement retainer and try to attempt to squeeze the Bakken formation off. We're gonna run that retainer as deep as we can. I think we should be able to get it to about 9640. There's no other tight spots above there that we know of right now. So we'd run the cement retainer and then attempt to pump a squeeze 90 sacks through the retainer. And I don't know how good that squeeze is going to go, because we filled the casing with water and it held about 600 pounds full of produced water. So I don't know if we'll be able to squeeze it or not, but we'll keep that squeeze procedure on there for right now and then we leave 250 feet of cement above the retainer, and then basically just wait on cement for 12 hours, tag the top of the cement plug and note the depth, and then get the tubing out and run our casing perforation guns and perforate the intervals that Kenny was talking about. And then basically we would run a packer and swab after the perfs, we would swab the Tyler for inflow. And then if we do have inflow, we would design probably an acid treatment and then complete it that way. But we want to wait to see what those perfs yield before we put the acid or frac procedure on there.
Sure. And Daniel, have you run like a economic projection for the Tyler as well?
Yeah, we have. It should be on the next page.
Yeah, just go ahead and kind of highlight and summarize what you found with respect to economics.
Yes, sir. So the really important part about this is being able to use the existing well bore. If this was if we had to do a new drill or something like that, it definitely wouldn't pay out in an economic time frame. This was 1.16 year payout for $175,000 investment roughly, and that's basically starting at a 15 IP for oil and moving down to 10 over about a 10-year period, and with a $7,000 operating cost per month.
Sure. So if you're allowed to use this existing infrastructure to go in and do that recompletion, and it's productive, would that then prevent waste, in your opinion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would the correlative rights of all the owners be protected as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
So Daniel, I know you mentioned the previous operator had gone in and tried to work through that collapse. What work has Foundation done specifically related to that? And what have you been able to confirm related to that collapse?
So we've been able to confirm that it basically is completely closed off right now. About 4 months ago, when it stopped producing, we pumped fresh water down the backside to see if maybe there's a salt buildup. Those are very salty wells, and when we pumped that fresh water down the backside, we pumped 100 barrels. We got back 100 barrels of fresh water and no casing pressure or any oil came back. And then we tried it again and we got the same thing. And then we basically did a test to see if it would go on a vac when we filled the casing, and it didn't. It held. We filled the annulus with produced water and it held about 700 pounds, and then we bled it off. And then another workover following that testing, we basically ran in and latched onto the tubing and with an overshot and tried to pull on it and it didn't budge. And then we also tried to run through the stuck tubing to try to maybe perforate through it, and we weren't able to even get through that tubing that's stuck in there. So we think the collapse has gotten worse over time.
So both the tubing and the annulus are cut off to you at this point.
Yeah. In the stuck section, we're free above 9630 is the top of that collapse.
Does Foundation have any other plans for drilling in the Bakken in this immediate area?
We're working with partners to build some partnerships to go after some of our acreage. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yes, sir.
Daniel, I missed it. So at the bottom of your economic run, you have 35,000 barrels of EUR is what you're estimating?
Yeah, that's what we're estimating.
And then
for the Tyler,
what's the oil net? Is that Foundation's percentage of that?
Which one? Sorry.
The oil net of 14.12.
Yes, I think that would be the working interest. That's taken out with interest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing no further questions. Okay, so close the hearing on this case, and I guess with direction that you'll be filing a new exception application. So that's it for case number 33007. Next case on the docket is case number 33009. I did announce that case was dismissed, but we're going to read it, and then there's items that need to be read into the record. This is an application of Marlowe Operating Company, LLC, for an order creating a 160-acre drilling unit comprised of the northwest quarter of Section 20, Township 129 North, Range 103 West, in Bowman County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief.
Yeah, this case is a follow-up to an emergency order that was issued in this case, and they indicated they no longer need the drilling unit, so we'll just enter an order dismissing this case.
Okay, the record will reflect that, and that ends the hearing for case number 33009. Next case on the docket is 33010. Again, this case was also dismissed, but it will be read into the record. This is an application of Marlowe Operating Company, LLC, for an order creating a 160-acre drilling unit comprised of the northeast quarter of Section 19, Township 129 North, Range 103 West, in Bowman County, North Dakota, authorizing drilling of a horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief.
Yeah, this case was a review or a follow-up to an emergency order that was issued. They have indicated they no longer need the drilling gun, so this case will be dismissed.
All right, that will conclude the hearing for case number 33010. Looks like next case on the docket is case number 32825. It's an application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Squires Bakken Pool in Williams County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20 in Township 155 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, 17, 20, 21 in Township 155 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. I have 3 witnesses, Justin Payne, Brian Lucero, and Josh Lochner.
All right, are they all online?
I think so. I think Justin and Josh are probably in a conference room.
Yeah, can you hear us, Wade?
Yeah, not very loud though. And your screen's blurred or something too.
Trying to show it backward.
There we go. Yeah, we can see you on here.
Mr. Payne, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter it will be true, correct, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Justin, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Justin Payne. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as a landman. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
Justin, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the requested spacing units today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Payne be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Justin, let's start with L1. Can you identify the area of these requested spacing units?
Sure. L1 is our regional locator map showing the Squires Bakken Pool located in Williams County, North Dakota. Highlighted in red is the Squires Bakken Pool. There, yeah, 155, 103, and extended east.
And moving on to L2, can you identify the 2560 you're requesting and your working interest?
Sure. The 2560 includes sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. Section 5, Kraken holds a working interest of 98.44%. Section 8, 100%. Section 17, 75%. Section 20, 72.66%. Within the entire 25-acre spacing unit, Kraken holds 86.52%.
Okay. And then moving on to L3, identify the 5120 you're requesting in your working interest.
Sure. So for the 5120, as we went over 5, 8, 17, and 20, the previous page, in sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, we hold a working interest of 12.5% in 4, 4.17% section 9, 2.6 in section 16, and 57.7 in section 21, with a combined working interest of 5120 of 52.89%.
Okay. I have no further questions on for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Okay, Brian Lucero.
Mr. Lucero, could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Lucero. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as their geology manager. Our address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lucero be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Brian, starting with G1, can you describe the structure underlying the requested spacing units?
Yes, sir. G1 is a structure map based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. It shows the units in question as well as the location of our type log. It's based on a 20-foot contour interval showing dip generally to the southeast.
Okay. And moving on to G2, can you take us through your ISOPAC map?
Yes, sir. This is an ISOPAC of the Middle Bakken Formation, again showing the units in question as well as the type log. 1 foot contour interval shows average Middle Bakken thickness across the units at about 29 feet.
And then finally, G3, you referenced the type log. Can you describe what you're showing on that type log?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. G3 is our type log for the area, the lean number 1-14. It is a representative Middle Bakken log for these units.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'll offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
All right, Josh Lochner.
Yes. Mr. Lochner, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Joshua Lochner. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as a reservoir engineer. And our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Houston, Texas, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Josh, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the requested spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lochner be received as that of an expert.
The motion is granted.
And Josh, let's start with E1. Describe how you would develop the 2560.
Right. Exhibit E1 is the proposed development diagram for the 2560, composed of sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. The unit is outlined in blue, and the 3 proposed infill wells are shown with the green dashed lines, all of which are planning to target the Middle Bakken Formation. We intend to drill from the south, batch drilling all of these wells along with the lease line, all at the same time.
Okay. And then E2, you've got that 5120 with the lease line. You said you developed that in conjunction with the 2560.
That's right. Exhibit E2 shows the larger 4-mile lease line spacing unit with 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, 17, 20, and 21 as the sections to be batch drilled with the 3 other wells.
Okay. Let's move on to E3 then. Just describe how you propose to drill and complete the wells.
Exhibit E3 is the lateral wellbore schematic for our 4-mile wells proposed in this docket, consisting of a 4-string casing design, conductor casing, surface casing, intermediate casing, and production liner that will involve a plug and perf completion strategy.
Okay. And then moving on to E4, take us through the reservoir data for the 2560.
Exhibit E4 is the reservoir data for our proposed spacing unit. with a thickness of 30 feet and porosity of 4 to 6%, water saturation of 65 to 80%. We expect a recovery factor of between 2 to 3% per well for this unit, and an EUR of 750,000 barrels of oil per well. We expect the GOR to start around 600 and then rise to 1,300 standard cubic feet per barrel over the course of the first few years of production.
Okay. And then E5, you've got reservoir data for the 5120. Is that essentially the same, other than to account for the difference in the acreage of the spacing unit?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's look at the economics then on E6.
Exhibit E6 is the single well economics for the 2560, and it will be identical to the lease land economics, by the way, the next exhibit. When we assume an EUR of 750,000 barrels of oil per well and a capital investment of $12.2 million, I ran the ecos with $70 oil and $3.50 gas, and got a rate of return of 77% with an NPV of $8.6 million. The payout for each well will be 1.8 years.
Okay. And as you indicate, E7's just the economics, just accounting for the 5120, but it's the same for all.
That's correct.
Yeah. And Josh, in your opinion, would establishment of the 2560 and the 5120 for the lease line development prevent waste, protect public rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I have no further questions that are for the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Joshua, if I missed it, I apologize, but where's your surface location for these wells?
The surface location will be on the south side of the unit, either in the north central of section 29 or the south portion of section 20, close to the center of the unit.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing no additional questions. Anything else, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing for case number 32825. Next case on the docket is case number 32824.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC, and we'll have the same three witnesses testify in this case.
All right, this is case number 32824 is an application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hebron and/or Bull Butte Bakken pools in Williams County, North Dakota to one, establish an overlapping stand of 2560 acre spacing unit described as section 36, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, in sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish 2 overlapping stand of 5120 acre spacing units described as section 36, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, section 31, Township 156 North, Range 103 West, sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 103 West, and sections 35 and 36, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, and sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit, or 3 granting such other relief as may be appropriate. I'm sorry, did you say you're going to have the same 3 witnesses?
Yep, same 3.
Okay. The witnesses are continue to be sworn. You may call your first witness.
Justin, let's look at L1 and describe the general area of these spacing units.
Sure. L1 is our regional locator map showing 156, 104, and 155, 104, with the Bull Butte Bakken pool in the north highlighted in red, and the Hebron Bakken pool highlighted in blue just south of there.
And then moving on to L2, can you identify the 2560 you're requesting and your working interest in that spacing unit?
Sure. So Exhibit L2 is the 2560 consisting of sections 36, 1, 12, and 13. For section 36, Kraken holds a work interest of 75%. For section 1, 97.34. For section 12, 28.15. And section 13, 60.50%. For this entire 2560, Kraken holds 65.25% working interest.
Okay. And then moving on to L3, identify that 5120 in your working interest there.
So Exhibit L3 is the 5120, showing the sections 36, 1, 12, and 13 we just went over, along with sections 31, 6, 7, and 18. Kraken holds additional 0.3% section 31, 84.51 in section 6, almost 67% section 7, and 57% section 18, for a combined working interest for the 5120 at 58.8%.
Okay. And then just shifting to the west, L4, identify that 5120 in your working interest.
Sure. So it's shifting just directly west over there, as you can see highlighted in yellow and green. As we went over 36, 1, 12, and 13 before, it includes 35, 2, 11, and 14. For section 35, we have 0 along with 2. For section 11, we have 92.58%, and section 14, 76.67%. With a combined working interest for the entire 5120 as just under 54%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I would offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, may call your next witness.
Brian Lucero. And Brian, let's look at G1. Describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
Yes, sir. G1 is a structure map, again, based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. This is a 20-foot contour interval showing local structure, relatively flat to dipping to the northeast. It does show the outline of the units in question, as well as the location of our type log.
Okay. And then on G2, describe the ISOPAC map.
Yes, sir. G2 is the ISOPAC of the Middle Bakken Formation, again, across these units in question, showing generally 29 to 30 feet of Middle Bakken thickness. And once again, also shows the location of our type log.
Okay, and moving on to G3, what are you showing us on the type log?
G3 is our type log, the bull number 35-2, and it is a representative Middle Bakken log for the units in question.
Okay, I have no further questions. That offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
All right, next witness, Josh Lochner. And Josh, looking at E1, how would you intend to develop the 2560?
Exhibit E1 is the proposed development diagram for the 2560 in this exhibit, consisting of sections, excuse me, 1, 12, 13, and 36 to the north. Our plan is to drill 3 infill sticks here, shown in green. Those will all be targeting the Middle Bakken Formation, and along with 2 lease lines, one on the east and one on the west, which are expanded upon in the following 2 pages. We plan to drill from the south, a surface location in the northeast corner of section 24. All will be batch drilled and drilled at the same time as well.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, that's that western, I guess, section line well that you just referenced.
Yes, Exhibit E2 is the western lease line, which corresponds with the infill in-unit wells of the previous exhibit.
Yeah. And then moving on to the next one, E3, that would be the eastern lease line well.
Exhibit E3 shows the eastern lease line with the yellow dash line. Same story as before. It's just going to be paired with the infills.
Okay. And then on E4, just briefly describe how you drill and complete those wells.
Exhibit E4 is the lateral wellbore schematic for these 4-mile wells, showing the conductor casing, surface casing, intermediate casing, and production liner.
And then E5, summarize the reservoir data for us.
5 is the reservoir data, which should be consistent across all 3 spacing units, showing a thickness of 30 feet, and a porosity of 4%, OIP per section of 8.5 million barrels, and an estimated recovery of 750,000 barrels of oil per well.
And then E6, same exhibit essentially, you're just accounting for the 5120.
That's correct.
Okay. And then moving on to E7, can you take us through the economics?
Exhibit E7 shows the single well economics for each of the 5 wells proposed in this packet. So that includes the main unit and the lease lines. With an EUR of 750,000 barrels of oil per well and a capex of $12.2 million, I calculate an NPV of $8.6 million and a discounted return on investment of 1.78.
Okay. And that economic summary just gave, that's for E7 and E8. And it's the same for both the 2560 and those lease line wells.
That's correct.
Josh, in your opinion, then, would establishment of these spacing units to allow this development protect relative rights, prevent waste, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. I have no further questions after the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Josh, were these all targeting the Middle Bakken?
That's correct.
And the pad in the northeast of 24, is that an existing pad?
No, but it is a location that we've looked at before.
So you're not,
I think it might be assigned, but I'm not entirely sure.
So you're not planning to reoccupy that pad that's there?
No, it will be to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. That will end the hearing for case number 32824. We'll go off the record, take a quick break while the right, we're back on the record. It is 2:50 p.m. Again, my name is Matthew Sakes, being a hearing examiner for these hearings. We're in the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division. Next on the docket is case number 33015. This is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Township 149 North, Range 103 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize up to 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Aaron Beaver, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in case number 33015. Mr. Examiner, like to see if we can consolidate for hearing purposes case numbers 33015, 33016, and 33017 as the geology and engineering testimony will be virtually identical in all three applications.
Sounds fine to me. So we will consolidate the cases as you indicated. Case number 33016 is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending applicable orders for the Winter Butte Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 9, 10, 11, 12 in Township 149 North, Range 103 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize up to 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 33017 is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending applicable orders for the Winter Butte Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 21, 22, 23, and 24 in Township 149 North, Range 103 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize up to 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
And Mr. Examiner, we have three witnesses, Mr. Justin Arden, Mr. Jeff Schrader, and Mr. Eric Chivy for all three applications.
All right, why don't you all three raise your right hand? Do you all solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. I do.
I do. All right, thank you.
All right. Justin, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and your work address, please?
Yes, my name is Justin Arn. My title is Chief Land and Title Officer for Phoenix Energy, the parent company of Phoenix Operating LLC. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And Justin, are you personally familiar with the land matters that are subject to these three applications?
I am.
And have you had your testimony been received by the commission as that of an expert previous?
It has.
Offer Mr. Arn's testimony in these applications to be received as that of an expert.
Your motion's accepted.
All right. Justin, did you prepare, cause to be prepared, the land exhibits for these matters?
I did.
Can you flip to Exhibit L1 and please explain Exhibit L1 briefly on each of the three applications?
Sure. Exhibit L1 on each of the three applications identifies the three 2560 acre spacing units subject to these applications. You'll see that they're all laydown units, 33015 consisting of 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Township 149 North, Range 103 West in McKenzie County. 33016 consisting of sections 9, 10, 11, and 12 the same township also in McKenzie County. And then finally, sections 21, 22, 23, and 24, same township, 149 North, Range 103 West, also in McKenzie County.
And Exhibit L2A?
L2A is just going to show a zoomed-in version identifying any active wells, which you'll see that on none of the applications and none of the L2As that you'll see is there any active wells or anything in this particular township. So.
And then starting with application 33015, can you please walk us through L2B, please?
Certainly. L2B is an important exhibit. It was requested by the board in a previous application, that being case 32575, which I believe the board heard several months ago. It was requested as a supplemental because essentially Phoenix would, at that time, given our majority interest and how close that one was to development, was attempting to space a 2,560 acre spacing unit right in the township itself, which would necessitate, obviously, a more fulsome plan outlining what Phoenix's idealized development plan for the area was. When we look at these three applications, especially as we focus in on L2B, I think that these three applications in particular identify sort of the essentially exactly that fulsome plan. So you can see on L2B, again, that case in purple there, 32575, consisting of sections 13, 14, 15, and 16. And now we're here hearing the other three laydown units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 21, 22, 23, and 24. I will note in the red squares there, Phoenix's proposed pad locations, this being the most critical factor from our point of view with regards to the spacing. You'll see that the pad locations are off to the east. Some of them are actually in 149 north, 102 west, where Phoenix has our currently producing Ride the Lightning unit consisting of sections 18, 19, 30, and 31. But in any case, you can see that we're filling out the township now from that one case, 32575. I do want to note, just so that the board is aware, case 33018 and 33019, along with 33020, were all applications to be heard on this docket. Those have all been continued. Kraken has competing applications. They actually plan on, their applications planned on doing sort of the same thing that we did. They were planning on, and may still be planning to present before the board next month, 4-mile laydowns consisting of 25, 26, 27, and 28, and then 33, 34, 35, and 36. That's currently, I think, now going to be on the August docket. I'm just pointing that out just to identify that in either Kraken's plan to the south or our plan to the south, at least the eastern part of this township is being addressed in either particular plan. So finally, you can see case 32581, our BOA unit and Cobra unit, which were heard by the board, and then filling out the township with 33021, 33021, and 33022 there. So there's still a little negotiation going on between us and Kraken with regards to the southeast part of the township, but these three applications aren't subject to that, and I think present a much more fulsome pattern with regards to the entire area.
And taking a look at Exhibit L3A and L3B, can you just walk us through those?
Absolutely. L3A and L3A and L3B. L3A is essentially a legend to the map on L3B. So, and what we really want to focus on with regards to L3A is down towards the bottom, that inventoried roadless area boundary. It's in a sort of a thick orange there. And then when we switch over to L3B, and I wish this was a little more clear, but off to the left there, starting in, I think, section 18, you can see that inventoried roadless boundary as it extends out from west to east, disallowing road builds, pad builds, anything like that in this particular area. Obviously, this area being sensitive, part of the Missouri River National Grasslands, that's obvious that that would be the case. And I want to point back to that Exhibit L2B, which once again identifies where our pad locations would be and technically where we think they would have to be, given the stipulations identified by the Forest Service map that you see before you. So you can see again on L2B, all of our pad locations there would be off to the east of this roadless area, and essentially making what we feel these particular applications to be not just the idealized development pattern for Phoenix, certainly, but for any operator that plans to develop these as 4-mile units in the area, which we believe they should be developed as 4-mile units. So we wanted to identify this and some of the limitations that are sort of forcing the laydown configuration that both we and, in fact, at least to the southeast and Kraken have identified as the idealized one.
And that laydown configuration is necessitated by the limitations of surface locations on account of the national grasslands.
We believe so, yes.
Yeah. Just real quick, on all three applications, exhibits L3A and L3B are identical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's look back, starting with exhibit or application 33015 at exhibit L4.
Sure. And we'll start with 33015, obviously. The key, so this particular exhibit is always going to be identifying from Phoenix's point of view, federal and state interest. Starting with 33015, you can see that that in fact there is some federal acreage that is leased and a significant amount that is unleased but has been nominated through federal expressions of interest. Those federal expressions of interest were submitted by Phoenix back in September of 2025. I believe all of them, and that's going to go the same for all three of these exhibits, are subject to Surface Management Agency concurrence, that being the Forest Service. Phoenix is still in touch with the Forest Service in order to ensure that these tracks get leased in as timely a manner as possible. In terms of an actual timeline for when these could be leased, the federal lease auctions have been completed, I think, all the way through April of 2027. So currently, we're hoping that some of these tracks can at least be leased by the July or the Q3 of 2027 lease auction date. However, I believe at this time that would be the earliest that those tracks could be leased, and that's going to apply for all of the tracks that show up on Exhibit L4 that are unleased with no sale date. So you can see on 33015 about 1,400 acres that still needs to be leased with no sale date yet. Again, we're hoping in July, but it may not be until the fourth quarter. As we move over to 33016, we've got the same situation except a little bit less, and I think that 33016 and 33017 identify again that the Forest Service is working through these applications because you can see that, in fact, sale dates have been issued for over 1,200 acres there in 33016 and 630 acres there in 33017. But we still have no sale date for 680 acres and about 640 acres in either of the other two applications. So again, probably the earliest would be July 2027, but it could be as late as the fourth quarter. We're hoping certainly in 2027.
And taking a look first at application 33015, exhibit L5.
L5 is Phoenix's working interest summary in each of the proposed 4-mile units. You can see in 33015, that being the most northern of the 2560s, Phoenix currently owns 37.5% of the working interest in the unit. We're the largest working interest owner by far in that particular unit. And the unleased owners obviously being the federal government in that. 33016, Phoenix has a lesser amount of 25%. There's some small number of working interest owners, and then again, the larger unleased mineral owner, of course, being the federal government again in sections 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then finally, moving on to 33017, exhibit L5, Phoenix currently being a 42.19% working interest owner, 50% of the units still being as yet unleased. Again, all of that federal, with a small number of working interest owners there in that particular unit.
And Justin, just taking a look at exhibit E4 to each application, is that the gas capture affidavit that you had executed?
That is the gas capture affidavit, yes.
no further questions for Mr. Arn in any of the three applications, and move for admission of the land exhibits and the gas capture affidavit in each one of the applications.
Your motion's granted. Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Next is Mr. Jeff Schroeder. Is that correct, Jeff?
Schrader.
Schrader. I'm sorry, I said
Oh,
it
good.
right the first time. Jeff Schrader. Jeff, are you personally familiar with the geology matters that are the subject of all three of these applications?
Yes.
And Jeff, have you testified before the commission here before?
No, I've not.
So, Jeff, for the commission, can you please just give them briefly a little bit of your educational and professional background as well as relevant experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science from the College of William and Mary, a Master of Science from Central Washington University. Started my career within Canada Oil and Gas, worked for them for about 5 years before moving over to a company called Bonanza Creek Energy that was then rolled up with a few other companies into Civitas Resources and worked for them through spring of this year. I've worked the Wyoming basins, and most of my career spent in the DJ Basin, and then the last 2 years in the Permian Basin.
And so, Jeff, your number of years of relevant experiences
Yeah, so 17 years full-time experience.
as a petroleum geologist.
Yes.
Move for admission or move that Mr. Schrader's testimony here in these applications be received as that of an expert witness.
Your motion's granted.
Jeff, in each one of these applications, did you prepare or cause to be prepared the exhibits, the
Yes.
geology exhibits? Can you please, first looking at exhibit G1 on application 33015, can you walk us through G1?
Yes, Exhibit G1's structure map on the Upper Bakken and subsea TVD, the contour interval of 20 feet. The structural dip is roughly to the northeast in this township. The red outline on each of these Exhibit G1, each of these cases is our proposed spacing unit. And then the gold line are the two wells in Exhibit G2 are the two wells we use in a 2-well cross section, one of which includes the type well that's referenced for petrophysical properties.
And taking a look at exhibit G2, can you walk us through explaining the type log cross section?
Yeah, so the upper part of that exhibit is the 2-well cross section that's near the application lands. We highlight the upper, middle, and lower Bakken formation tops, the black horizontal lines. Presented here as a standard triple combo log suite. Left to right is the gamma resistivity and porosity. That's all representative of the geology in this area. Our target's the middle Bakken, optimal landing zone being in the middle to the middle lower portion of that interval. And that's indicated by the green bracket there on the left side. And then the table at the bottom of the exhibit is the petrophysical data calculated from these logs, from specifically the type well, that USA 24-1. And these data are the basis for the volumetrics and economics that will be shown on the next engineering exhibits.
And Jeff, are the exhibits G1 and G2 that we see at application 33015 identical in applications 33016 and 33017?
Yes, they are.
And in all three spacings that Phoenix is proposing, is the Bakken formation present continuous throughout each one of the proposed spacings?
Yes, it is.
No further questions for Mr. Schrader. Offer admission of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Next is Eric Shivy. Eric, are you personally familiar with the engineering? Oh, I'm sorry, Eric, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, what capacity, and your work address, please?
Certainly. My name is Eric Shivy. I'm employed by Phoenix Energy as the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves. My business address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And Eric, are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are the subject of all three of these applications?
Yes, I am.
And have you previously had your testimony been received by the commission as that of an expert witness?
Yes, it has.
Move to have Mr. Shivy's testimony been received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
Eric, can we please take a look at and can have you explain Exhibit E1 in application 33015?
Sure. This is our 3-string proposed casing design we use in the Williston Basin. 4.5-inch liners cemented in place and completed via plug and perf. As these are all applications here, these 3 are 4-mile laterals. We'd complete approximately 100 frac stages per well.
And Exhibit E1 is the same in each one of the applications?
That's correct. It's identical.
Taking a look at Exhibit E2, please, for 33015.
Sure. We'll talk about this case right here. I have a proposed pad location off to the east there, so all 3 of these will be drilled east to west. Would be planned to batch drill and complete these. The setbacks from north and south, the section lines are 660 feet proposed, and that would leave interwell spacing of 1,320 feet.
And other than the pad location, are 33016 and 33017 identical?
They're identical, and we have proposed pad locations for all 3.
All 3 on the east side?
Correct, sir.
Taking a look at Exhibit E3 now, please.
Yes. E3, the top table describes our ARPS parameters and EURs for oil and gas. Approximate initial rate of 28,500 barrels per month yields an EUR of 720,000 barrels per well, and with a GOR of approximately 2,700 SCF per barrel. That's about 1945 MMCF per gas per well. That yields a DSU recovery factor of 16% with those 4 wells in the 4 sections. Economics below, I've run at $70 flat WTI and $3.50 Henry Hub for gas. That's approximately the 5-year average strip for oil. DNC cost of about $11.76 million per well. An assumed 20% royalty yields an 8/8 economics of $14.7 million in net revenue per well, PV10 of approximately $10.4 million per well, an internal rate of return of 61%, and an undiscounted payout of approximately 1.6 years.
And are Exhibits E3 the same in all 3 applications?
Yes, they are identical in all 3.
And Eric, in all 3 applications, the proposed spacing, would Phoenix's operations, if granted by the commission, protect relative rights, prevent waste, and avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions for Mr. Shivy, and offer the admission of the engineering exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Eric, with the unknown federal leasing coming up and possibly in 2027, what's Phoenix's possible spud date for these wells?
That's a good question. I mean, the earliest we're looking at is Q1 to Q2 of 2028 at the very earliest.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing no additional questions, that will conclude the hearing for case number 33015, 33016, and 33017, which were consolidated. Next case on the docket is case number 33021. This is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte Mondack Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit comprising sections 29 and 32, Township 149 North Range 103 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 148 North Range 104 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize up to 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Justin Arn, our first witness. Justin, are you personally familiar with the land matters that are subject of application 33021?
I am.
And do you prepare or cause to be prepared the exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Can you just walk us through Exhibit L1 briefly, please?
Certainly. Exhibit L1 identifies the 2,560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 29 and 32, Township 149 North, Range 103 West, along with sections 2 and 11, Township 148 North, Range 104 West, all located in McKenzie County, North Dakota.
Turning to L2A.
L2A showing just a zoomed in version, identifying any producing wells. You can see down 148 North, 104 West, you've got a couple of producing wells in the east column there, 13, 24, 25, and 36. No producing wells, no producing horizontal wells or anything like that in this particular unit.
And then L2B.
L2B, going back to the prior case, identifies Phoenix's idealized development plan. Again, I'll point out that case 33020, 33018, 33019 were continued, and Kraken has competing applications with those. This particular configuration, this 4 mile unit, was not impacted by Kraken's proposed configuration in the southeastern part of this township. I also want to point out again the Phoenix pad locations in the red squares there, and I do so specifically identifying the 32581 application in purple there, comprising sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. This still being a part of Missouri grasslands, and the goal always to find fee service with road access where possible. Phoenix's idealized development plan basically would be to essentially drill 4 wells from that same pad location going north in our BOA unit, and 4 wells ideally going south into a 4 mile unit consisting of the sections subject to this application. So again, a common pad, 4 miles north and 4 miles south to limit surface damage.
And then L3.
L3 identifies federal surface in this area. Again, this particular unit being comprised of sections 29, 32, 2, and 11, which isn't really outlined in this, but if you find section 20 and then just move your way south, you can see that the light green there, the sort of light green haze being the federal surface, controlled by the Forest Service, and then the fee surface sort of in the clear there. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just lost myself. In any case, you can see that the fee there in the clear. When you look at the spacing unit that we're proposing here, it just makes sense, again, from avoiding the federal surface as much as possible. So you can see from section 20 there, where our proposed pad location is, we can go directly south without having to get onto the federal surface or disturb the grasslands at all, at least in terms of the federal interest.
And turning to what's marked as Exhibit L3,
Sure.
Composition.
Just like the other applications, what we're identifying here is the unleased federal interest and when those sale dates are coming. Specifically, we've got almost 1,100 acres that are coming up for auction, or 45% of the unit that are coming up for auction the January 2027 sale date. We've got another 800 acres, again, that has been nominated, again, by Phoenix. No sale date as yet issued. Those subject, again, to Surface Management Agency consent, being the Forest Service. Again, the earliest that those could be possibly leased would be the July auction, being the Q3 auction itself, but potentially later than that.
And L4.
L4 identifies Phoenix's working interest in the proposed unit. You'll see it's fairly low at 11.18%, with 83% of the unit being comprised, again, of that unleased federal interest. I think that from our point of view, given the common pad location that we already plan on drilling our BOA unit, which we have a 63% working interest in, it makes sense that as we plan for that particular pad, for that pad going north, we also want to be able to plan to go south as well. Phoenix understands that with 83% of the working interest in this unit, it's possible that Phoenix is not the operator of this unit. That is possible. I think we also feel that this is still the most ideal development pattern given the fee surface and given the spacing applications that Phoenix has already submitted, where we do have majority interests to the north of this, and where we have near majorities or straight majorities to the west of this. That being our Sirius unit, where I believe Phoenix has 75% of the working interest, and some of the applications which you just heard today, which again, I'll point out that it's possible that Phoenix doesn't become the majority working interest owner in these units, but we still feel that our development plan for these units is the most ideal and should be the one that's approved, regardless of who the operator may be.
And Phoenix obviously plans to aggressively bid on the federal
We do.
leases. And Justin, if Phoenix's application is approved, will Phoenix work with other working interest owners within the proposed unit?
Absolutely.
And taking a look briefly at Exhibit E4, is that the gas capture affidavit?
It is.
No further questions for Mr. Arn. Move for admission of the land exhibits as well as the gas capture affidavit.
Your motion to grant exhibits are in the affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff?
I will just make a note. You have 2 exhibit L3s, so
We do. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing no further questions, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Jeff, are you personally familiar with the geology matters that are the subject of this application 33021?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare cause to prepare the geology exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through Exhibit G1?
Contour interval is 20 feet. The structural dip in this region is gold line is our 2-well cross section that is representative of the application lands, and that we reference on the next exhibit.
Taking a look at that next exhibit G2, can you walk us through that, please?
Yes, the upper part of this exhibit is the 2-well cross section shown in the map prior, representative of the spacing unit, proposed spacing unit. Typical triple combo open hole log suite there with the gamma on the left, resistivity followed by density curves. The black horizontal lines are represent the formation tops we use for generalized stratigraphy in the area and show that the Bakken is present across the region. Our target interval is shown with the green bracket there in the middle to middle lower part of the middle Bakken. And then the table at the bottom shows our petrophysical data calculated from the type well USA 24-4. And these are the basis for the volumetrics and economics that will be shown on the next engineering exhibits.
And Jeff, the Bakken formation is present and continuous throughout the proposed spacing?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for Mr. Schrader. Move for admission of the geology exhibits.
Motion granted. Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
Eric, are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare cause to be prepared the exhibits, the engineering exhibits for this?
Yes, I did.
Can you please briefly walk us through E1?
Yes, E1 is identical to the previous 3 cases heard today in front of the commission. This is the proposed wellbore diagram. Again, 3-string casing design we use in the Williston Basin with a 4.5-inch liner cemented in place, completed via plug and perf.
Turning to E2.
Yeah, E2 here, Mr. Arn already talked about that. I have the identified proposed surface location there in the southeast of the southwest of section 20, just off unit there. Again, that's what is nice about this. If we were to get these 2 units, we can batch drill and complete 8 wells from a single pad. I'll also note the proposed spacing is 660-foot setbacks off the west and east lines, and that would yield 1,280-foot spacing in between wells. Also, we didn't quite mention there is a little bit of a township shift of 230 feet approximately. I measured that, so we will accommodate that when we're drilling these wells. But we don't think that's too severe of a shift.
Right. Exhibit E3.
Yes, E3, actually, this is identical to the previous cases as well. The 720,000 barrels of oil expected per well yields a recovery factor of 16% for the DSU. Gross economics, again, $70 oil and $3.50 gas, yields a PV10 of approximately 10.4 million per well with an internal rate of return of 61%, undiscounted payout of approximately 1.6 years.
And Eric, if the commission grants this proposed spacing, will correlative rights be protected, waste be prevented, and unnecessary wells be avoided?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions for Mr. Chivy, and move for admission of the engineering exhibits.
Motion to grant it. Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions from staff, that will conclude the hearing for case number 33021. Next case on the docket is case number 32930. This is a continued application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bicycle Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 99 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
Justin, are you familiar with the land matters that are the subject of this application 32930?
Yes, I am.
Did you prepare a cause to be prepared land exhibits?
I did.
Can you walk us through L1, please?
Sure. Exhibit L1 is the regional locator map identifying sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 99 West, located in McKenzie County, North Dakota.
Turning to exhibit L2A.
L2A being a zoomed in version of L1, identifying again the same 4 sections comprising this 2560 acre stand-up spacing unit. You'll notice sections 2 and 11 and sections 3 and 10 are already have producing wells on them. Those wells currently owned by White Rock, and I guess we'll talk about these units as I move through the into L2B.
L2B, please.
Yeah. So L2B, a little bigger than I might have wanted. You want to look for the red dashed line identifying sections 1, 12, 13, and 24. Immediately to the west of it, again, identifying those 2 White Rock units that were heard before the board. And in fact, I believe those 2560s have actually been approved, leaving 1, 12, 13, and 24 sort of off to the side there. You'll also notice directly to the east there, in case 32409, 32410, currently pending before the board, Phoenix's Brenda and Swenson units. 1, 12, 13, and 24 are sort of locked in from all directions. Phoenix's development here had been dependent upon, we were thinking about for a while whether or not we wanted to develop this given our working interest as a 3-mile, 2 3-mile spacing units or a 4-mile and some laydowns to the south. You can't see it here, but that there is a significant township shift south of this township, 145 North, 99 West. I'm not sure if that would significantly inhibit development, but I think that there would be a lot of questions as to how you would potentially fit the proper amount of wells in there. And again, that's not showing up on this map, but I just wanted to point it out that that township shift is very significant. In any case, where we landed was with the same 4-mile pattern that White Rock had chosen to do directly to our west. And we believe that sections 25, 26, and 27, 34, 35, and 36 can and should be developed as laydown units. And Phoenix actually does have some working interest in those units. I hope I've added that to this exhibit, but if not, I certainly can.
Taking a look at exhibit L3.
Certainly, exhibit L3 again identifies state and federal interest. This unit also subject to unleased federal interest nominated. In this case, actually think that this was nominated by White Rock at the time, not Phoenix in this particular instance, but no sale date has yet been issued. Again, probably the earliest that could be issued would be July of 2027. Those are not co-tenant tracts, so those federal tracts would need to be leased before they could be drilled, but they do comprise 31% of the unit.
And turning to L4, please.
Exhibit L4 identifies Phoenix's working interest ownership in the unit, a little higher than the last one. Phoenix currently owns 43.42% of the working interest in this unit. We are still attempting to lease any unleased interest owners in the unit. And of course, that large 31% unleased federal interest being the big prize, I suppose you would say, in this particular unit. Phoenix does expect to arrive at a majority in this unit in the long term.
And Justin, if this spacing application were approved by the commission, would Phoenix work with other working interest owners within the unit?
Yes, we would.
And looking at E4, is that the gas capture affidavit you executed?
Yes, it is.
No further questions for Mr. Arnn, and move for admission of the land exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
Motions granted, exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, we may call your next witness.
Jeff, are you personally familiar with the geology matters that are the subject of this application 32930?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared the geology exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through Exhibit G1, please?
This is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale and subsurface TVD, the contour interval of 20 feet. In this area, structural dip is to the north, and the red outline is our proposed spacing unit. And then the gold line is a two-well cross-section that includes the type well that's referenced in the next exhibit.
And turning to that next exhibit, G2.
Yep, the upper portion of this exhibit is a two-well cross-section near the proposed spacing unit. The log curves are from your standard open hole triple combo log suite, going left to right, gamma, resistivity, density curves. Black horizontal lines represent the formation tops used for generalized stratigraphy in the area and show that the Bakken system is present across the region. And our target's in Middle Bakken. The optimal landing zone is the middle to lower portion of the Middle Bakken, indicated by the green bracket. And then the table at the bottom shows the petrophysical data calculated from the type well site Anaco unit A1A. These data are the basis for the volumetrics and economics that will be shown on the next engineering exhibits.
And Jeff, is the Bakken formation present continuous throughout the proposed spacing?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for Mr. Schrader, and move for admission of the geology exhibits.
Motions granted, exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, we may call your next witness.
All right, Eric, are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared the engineering exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly walk us through Exhibit E1?
Yes, E1 is identical to the previous four cases you've heard today from us. Our three-string casing design used in the Williston Basin, 4.5-inch liners cemented in place.
And Exhibit E2?
E2 here, discuss a little bit. We are proposing, asking on our application here, 5 wells. The setbacks from east and west would be approximately 550 feet. That leave interwell spacing of 1,045 feet between wells. A point back to L2B, Mr. Arnn talked about.
Sure.
9 of those units we have on our near-term schedule, and by that I mean within the next 18 months. We plan to be very active in this area with our 3 rigs. So with this just kind of fits in our development plan here. We do not have a proposed pad location identified here yet. We're still working a number of options. So I don't know if these would be drilled from the north to the south yet, but we're actively trying to secure a pad location for this DSU.
And Eric, turning to E3, please.
Yes, E3, a summary of our economics, our reserves and economics. Again, this is very similar to our previous testimony on cases, 720,000 barrels per well. That's approximately normalized at 35 barrel per foot EUR. With 5 wells, you yield a recovery factor of 20.5%. Economics, again, shown below, is identical in other cases. $11.76 million. Drilling complete cost per well yields a PV10 of 10.4 million, 8/8. That's 100% working interest, assuming a 20% royalty rate. IRR of 61% and an undiscounted payout of 1.6 years.
And Eric, if this proposed spacing, if the commission grants Phoenix's proposed spacing, will Phoenix's operations protect relative rights, prevent waste, and avoid drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and move for admission of the engineering exhibits.
Motion's granted. Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing no questions, looks like that will conclude the case. The hearing for, case number 32930. Looks like that's the last case on my docket today. And with that, we will close the record.
Thank you.